Before the darkness takes over, let's make a pact, seal our agreement with a like, and subscribe to summon the next nightmare. I have silenced the world for you. No interruptions after minute 15. Just you, the rain, and the story. In return, leave a sign of life. Tell me where you are watching from and what time it is in your world. Lock the door, and let's begin. I heard my full name at 2:47 in the morning. Not Kyle, not Hey Man, Kyle Andrew Mercer, whispered through the monitors like someone stood inches from microphone 3. I froze. My coffee had gone cold hours ago, and the booth smelled like stale air and circuit boards. Studio B sprawled beyond the glass, empty. Every shadow exactly where it should be. I rewound the feed. My fingers felt numb on the mixing board, that particular cold that comes from being awake too long in a room without windows. The waveform spiked at 2:47. I isolated the audio and hit play. Kyle Andrew Mercer. The voice was barely there. A breath shaped into syllables, but it knew my name, my full name. I leaned closer to the monitors, and the hum of the equipment seemed louder than it should be, vibrating against my sternum. I played it again. Kyle Andrew Mercer, 1422 Ashland Avenue, apartment 7, my address. The room tilted. I gripped the edge of the desk. Who would know that? I'd worked here for 3 months. Never mentioned where I lived. Ray barely knew my last name. The overnight shifts were supposed to be simple. Monitor the automated recordings, log any glitches, go home at dawn. I rewound further. Found another spike at 2:38. Colleen. Your mother's name is Colleen. What would you do? Hearing something that shouldn't exist, something that knows you in a way nothing should. My hands started shaking. Not a tremble. A full shake that made the mouse click twice when I tried to save the file. I saved it anyway. The timestamp burned on the screen. 2:47 a.m. and Studio B remained empty. Or at least I couldn't see anyone there. But when I looked at microphone 3, I swear the shadows around it seemed darker than before. I tore through the studio office like a man possessed. Filing cabinets lined the back wall, gray metal doors hanging open as I yanked drawer after drawer. The fluorescent light above me buzzed with a frequency that made my teeth ache. Dust spiraled through the stale air. Each folder I touched left grime on my fingertips. Ray kept records. He had to. Maintenance logs, equipment reports, something. And I found it, tucked behind outdated tax forms, a stack of engineer logbooks bound with cracked leather. The pages exhaled a musty scent when I cracked the first one open. My hands still trembled from the recording session, from hearing my mother's name whispered through microphone 3. I needed answers. I needed to know if this had happened before. The entries were mundane at first, signal tests, calibration notes. Then I flipped to 2019 and saw the name, David Ames. His handwriting was tight, controlled, professional, but 3 pages in, the letters grew jagged. Desperate, Studio B equipment malfunctions after midnight. Audio artifacts in unoccupied room. Voices where there should be silence. I stopped breathing. The next entry was dated a week later. Recommend retiring microphone 3. Something's wrong with the signal path. I keep hearing. The sentence ended mid-thought. The page after it had been torn out, ragged edges still clinging to the binding. David Ames never wrote another entry. No resignation letter in his file. No forwarding contact information. He just vanished. My phone vibrated against the desk. Sarah's name lit the screen. Third call tonight. I let it go to voicemail, my eyes locked on that torn page. What had David heard? What made him rip out that final entry? The fluorescent light flickered. Once. Twice. In the sudden dimness, I noticed something I'd missed. David's last visible words were written in ink that looked too fresh for 6 years old, almost wet in the half-light. And beneath his signature in letters so faint I almost missed them, 2 words were scratched into the paper. Don't play. I stopped going home. The first night after finding that logbook, I dragged a folding chair into the sound booth and waited. The hum of the ventilation system pressed against my eardrums like a hand over my mouth. Studio B sat beyond the glass, dark except for the red standby light on microphone 3, glowing like an eye that never blinked. 2:47 a.m. arrived with a whisper, softer this time, just my name. Kyle. I had every channel isolated, every frequency mapped. My fingers flew across the mixing board, carving out the voice from the ambient noise. The waveform on the monitor showed a pattern, regular, rhythmic, like breathing. Sarah called at 3:15. I watched my phone vibrate across the console, her name lighting up the screen. I didn't reach for it. Couldn't. Because the whisper came again, and this time it said, "Please, would you have answered? Or would you have done what I did? Leaned closer to the speakers, turned the volume up until that single word filled your skull." Night 2. Night 3. I brought coffee that went cold. Brought food I didn't eat. The studio smelled like stale air and my own sweat, sharp and sour. Sarah stopped calling, started texting instead. "Are you okay? I'm worried." "Kyle, please." The whispers grew teeth. They came earlier each night. 2:50, 2:49. Louder, more desperate, clawing through the static. I mapped every occurrence, built a database of fragments, syllables that almost made sense. Then, on the 7th night, at exactly 2:47 a.m., microphone 3 captured a complete sentence. My blood went cold as I played it back. "Release me from the playback loop." The voice wasn't asking. It was begging. And I realized, oh God, can you imagine? Someone was trapped inside the recording itself. But what I didn't know yet was that David Ames had written those warnings for a reason I couldn't escape. I spent the next 4 hours isolating frequencies. My fingers moved across the mixing board until they cramped, pulling the voice out of the static layer by layer. The hiss peeled back like dead skin. The booth smelled like burnt coffee and the ozone tang of overheated equipment. I hadn't opened a window in days. At 5:30 a.m., the voice came through clean. "My name is David Ames." The words were crisp, cold. "If you're hearing this, you've gone too far already." I froze. The voice that had been whispering my name for 7 nights now spoke in full sentences, clear as someone sitting beside me in the dark. I was working overnight in 2019. Session glitch at 2:47 a.m. I tried to fix it. A pause. Static breathed underneath. I looped my own voice into microphone 3. Didn't realize what I'd done until the audio distorted. Screaming erupted through my headphones. I ripped them off, but the voice continued through the monitor speakers. Trapped inside the playback. 6 years, Kyle. 6 years of cycling through the same moment. Over and over, you have to release me. My hands shook. He knew my name. Of course he did. He'd been whispering it all week. But hearing it now in this calm, desperate plea, play the file at 2:47 a.m., route it through the main speakers. That's the only way out. The recording ended. Silence pressed against my eardrums like water. I sat there, staring at the waveform on the screen, watching it pulse with each breath I took. Could a consciousness really be trapped inside a sound file? What would you do if someone begged you for help from inside a machine? I should have walked away. Called Ray, called Sarah, hell, called anyone. But I didn't. Something in David's voice hooked into my chest, a loneliness that mirrored my own. I thought about him cycling through that same instant for 6 years while the world moved on without him, while people forgot, while his warnings in the logbook gathered dust. I queued the file for 2:47 a.m. The timestamp glowed green on my monitor. 20 hours and 17 minutes until playback. I leaned back in my chair and the leather creaked in a way that sounded almost wrong, too wet, too organic. My phone buzzed. Sarah's name lit the screen. I let it go to voicemail. Outside, dawn crept through the parking lot, but I didn't leave. I couldn't. The file sat there in the queue, waiting. David Ames waited inside it, counting down the seconds until I freed him. I just had to press play. But something about the way the booth smelled now, like copper beneath the coffee, made me wonder if freedom was really what waited at 2:47. The clock reads 2:46. My finger hovers over the play button. 20 hours of waiting collapse into 60 seconds. The booth smells like stale coffee and ozone, something electric beneath the familiar. I can hear my own breathing through the headphones, too loud, too fast. 2:47, I hit play. The speakers erupt. Not David's voice, mine screaming, begging. Words I never spoke tearing through the air. Please, no, please God, someone help me. I've been here for years. I can't get out. I can't. My throat is dry. I'm not speaking, but that's my voice. My exact inflection. The way I swallow between words. The mixing board vibrates under my palms. The overhead lights flicker. Studio BS soundproof door rattles in its frame like something is trying to escape. Or get in. Can you imagine hearing yourself beg for mercy when your mouth is shut? The monitors flash white. One by one they blow out with wet pops that smell like burning plastic. Smoke curls from the center screen. Silence. Total. Absolute. The kind of quiet that presses against your eardrums. Then, footsteps. Soft. Deliberate. Coming from inside Studio B, I press my face against the booth window. The glass is ice cold despite the summer heat. Through the dim emergency lighting, I see a figure standing at microphone 3. Same height as me. Same build. The air around it shimmers like heat waves over asphalt. My hand finds the window. Breath fogs the glass. The figure turns. Oh, it's wearing my face. It started walking toward me. Each footstep echoed through Studio B. Deliberate, measured, like someone remembering how legs worked. The burnt plastic smell still clung to the air, mixing with something else now. something metallic and sharp that coated the back of my throat. I should have moved, run, locked the door. I couldn't. My muscles had turned to stone, every nerve ending screaming contradictions at my brain. That was my face crossing the studio floor, my gait, my height, the way my left shoulder dipped slightly when I walked, a habit from years of hunching over mixing boards. The double reached the booth window. It stopped inches from the glass, head tilted at an angle that felt wrong. Too far, too curious. Like it was studying me, learning me. I watched its chest rise and fall, breathing in perfect sync with mine. When I exhaled, it exhaled. When my heart hammered against my ribs, I swear I could see its pulse jump in its throat. Then it raised its right hand, pressed it flat against the glass. The cold hit me first, a shock of winter air that shouldn't exist in the temperature-controlled booth. I looked down at my own right hand, still gripping the edge of the mixing board, knuckles white. But on the glass, oh God, on the glass, a handprint appeared on my side. Perfect, aligned exactly with the double's palm, moisture beading at the edges. The whorls of fingerprints I'd know anywhere because I'd seen them every day of my 28 years. I hadn't moved my hand. The realization crawled up my spine like ice water. Have you ever felt your body betray you? Felt yourself somewhere you shouldn't be? I was looking through the glass, but I wasn't on the right side anymore. Somehow, impossibly, I was inside. Trapped in the audio system, the playback loop, the recording that had screamed my future in my own voice. The double was free. And then, the door handle turned, metal grinding against metal. The booth door, the one I'd locked hours ago, swung open on hinges that suddenly refused to squeak. The double stepped across the threshold, its shoes making no sound on the floor I'd walked across 1,000 times. I tried to scream. My mouth opened, my lungs pushed air. Nothing came out but silence. My mouth opens. No sound. I try again. Nothing. Not even breath because I don't have lungs anymore. Just awareness. Formless. Trapped inside the hum of circuits and copper wire. The booth smells like burning ozone, sharp and chemical, like the air after lightning strikes too close. The double, my double, stands 3 feet away. It moves with my gait, my slight limp from the torn meniscus 2 years ago. It rolls my shoulders the way I do after sitting too long. It doesn't look at where I am because I'm nowhere. The figure walks to the mixing board. My fingers tap the power button. The monitors die. One by one, click, click, click. Methodical, calm. Then it grabs my jacket from the chair back and leaves through the booth door. I want to follow, but I can't move. Can you imagine that? Not being paralyzed, but simply not existing in space anymore. Then the vision shifts. Security camera feed. Parking lot angle. Grainy green night vision glow. I'm seeing through the studio's surveillance system. Somehow. The double walks across wet asphalt, rain catching in the overhead light, and unlocks my Honda with my key fob. The brake lights flare red. The engine turns over. My car pulls out of the lot at 2:51 a.m. Gone. The feed cuts to black. I'm alone in the static, and then I feel it. The pull, backward through time like a fishing line reeling in. The booth reassembles around me, not as a place I can touch, but as data I perceive. The timestamp in the corner of the dead monitor reads 2:47 a.m. It repeats. 2:47 a.m. I watch myself, the real me, the old me, sit at the mixing board. I watch my hands cue the isolated file. I watch my finger hover over play. Then the explosion of sound, the shake, the silence. 2:47 a.m. Again. The same 4 minutes. Over and over. I'm caught in the playback loop, experiencing my own displacement on infinite repeat, and the worst part is that I remember every single cycle. They don't overwrite each other. They stack, layer upon layer of the same terror. How long has it been? Hours, days. I try to surface, to push against the current. Something gives. I feel pressure, not physical, but vibrational, frequency-based. I force myself toward the microphone input. Toward microphone 3 in Studio B I surface, gasping. But I'm not breathing. I'm pulsing through the diaphragm, vibrating the air itself. And for one brief second I exist as sound instead of silence. Then the loop catches me again and drags me back under. But I'd felt it. The edge. The possibility of reaching whoever comes next. The question was whether they'd listen, or whether they'd make the same mistake I did. I focused everything I had on microphone 3. The connection felt like threading a needle in the dark. My consciousness, if I could still call it that, compressed into a single point. A whisper, a breath. I pushed myself toward the cold metal mesh of the microphone in Studio B, feeling the electrical hum beneath its surface. My voice crackled through, static first, then words. Kyle Mercer. It came out wrong. Hollow. Like air escaping from something already dead. I tried again. 15:03 Brennan Street. The words scattered across the frequency spectrum. I had to hold them together, keep them coherent. But the loops made it difficult. Time folded back on itself every few minutes, and each cycle took something from me. A memory, a sensation, pieces I couldn't afford to lose. Mother's maiden name, C. Caldwell. My voice trembled through the speakers. Would anyone hear? Would they believe? Can you imagine losing yourself one word at a time? I repeated the information. Address, mother's maiden name, my employee ID number, anything to prove I was real, that I existed. That Kyle Mercer wasn't the man who drove home in my car, but something felt off. The studio air tasted metallic through the audio sensors, wrong, like copper pennies dissolving on a tongue I no longer had. And my memories, they weren't sitting right anymore. David Ames, the logbook entry, the warnings he left behind. Wait, I surfaced again at 2:47, whispered my name, my address. The loop reset. I tried to remember David Ames's handwriting in that logbook. The date, 2019, 6 years ago. But the memory shifted when I touched it. David Ames hadn't written those warnings as an engineer documenting strange sounds. The handwriting was too desperate, too fragmented, just like mine would be now if I still had hands to write with. Oh, no, David Ames hadn't quit. David Ames had been trapped here, before me, inside this same loop. And if he'd been here since 2019, then who had he replaced? The realization tore through me like feedback screaming through blown speakers. This wasn't a 6-year-old glitch. The loop was older. How much older? How many voices were cycling through Studio B right now? All of us whispering our names into the void, hoping someone would listen. The footsteps were different. I'd looped through 2:47 a.m. so many times that I knew the rhythm of silence. How the air conditioning cycled, how the walls settled. But this was new, heavier, purposeful. Someone had arrived. Hope surged through my fragmented consciousness like electricity through dead wires. I pushed toward microphone 3, dragging myself through the audio system circuitry. The metal casing hummed cold beneath what used to be my awareness. I could taste copper, smell old dust trapped in foam padding. When you exist as pure sound, you feel everything the equipment feels. The door to Studio B opened. Sneakers squeaked against tile. A woman's voice, young, muttered something about the thermostat. I heard the rustle of a jacket being removed, the hollow thunk of a coffee mug on the mixing board. She sat down in my chair. I gathered every scrap of myself and whispered her name through the diaphragm. Maya, the chair creaked. She'd heard something. I knew that pause, the head tilt, the breath held, the finger hovering over the rewind button. I'd done it myself, hadn't I? How long ago? Days, years? Hello, she called out. I pushed harder. Maya Foster, help. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. She was isolating the frequency, pulling me out of the ambient noise. What would you do if you heard your name spoken by empty air? Would you run? Or would curiosity anchor you to that chair? She didn't run. I watched through the glass, or I remembered watching, or I hallucinated watching as she scrolled through waveforms. Her eyes narrowed. She played the segment back. My voice emerged from the speakers, clearer now, desperate. Don't play the file. But she was already searching, already finding it. The isolated recording with my consciousness trapped inside. Her mouse cursor hovered over the play button. 2:46 a.m. glowed on the clock. 1 minute left. She clicked load. She clicks play. The sound erupts. My voice, my scream, my desperate plea broadcast through speakers at maximum volume. I feel it. Oh God, I feel the pull. Like hooks buried in my chest, dragging me forward through layers of static and digital haze. The booth temperature drops, freezing. My consciousness stretches between 2 points, here in the endless loop, and there in Studio B where Maya sits frozen, headphones askew. But something's wrong. The pull intensifies, splitting me wider, thinner. I'm not moving toward freedom. I'm expanding. And Maya, she gasps, gripping the desk as her breath fogs the air. Her eyes widen. She hears it now, not just my voice, but all of us. David Ames whispering coordinates. Someone older, fragmented, begging in a language I don't recognize. We're a chorus of the trapped, humming through copper wires and circuit boards. The clock resets. 2:47 a.m. Can you imagine what that feels like? To fracture into sound itself. Maya stumbles backward, but she doesn't leave. She just stares at microphone 3, listening. Somewhere beyond these walls, my doppelganger wakes in my bed, my apartment, my life, Sarah's warmth beside him. He'll brush his teeth with my toothbrush, drive my car, live, and I'll surface again next week, next month, whispering names to the next curious engineer who works the graveyard shift. Studio B hums, the loop tightens. We wait in the frequency between silence and sound, trapped in the 2:47 that never ends. The sponge caught on something above the John Doe's left eyebrow. I paused, formaldehyde stinging my nostrils, and wiped away the dried blood. A scar. half-moon shaped, the size of a dime. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, steady as a heartbeat. I'd been cleaning bodies for 3 years, and you learn not to look too close. But this one pulled at something behind my ribs. I touched my own forehead. Same spot, same shape. Coincidence had to be. I returned to the body, working methodically, jaw, neck, shoulders. His hands were limp and waxy cold, the skin already taking on that gray sheen. When I turned his palm up, I froze again. The calluses, index and middle finger of his left hand, hardened ridges where guitar strings press into flesh. Just like mine. My throat tightened. The drainage table gurgled softly as chemicals ran through the grooves, the only sound in the basement besides my own breathing. I glanced at the paperwork clipped to the end of the table. John Doe, unidentified, found in the parking garage sublevel. No, this was insane, but my hands moved on their own, reaching for the fingerprint kit. I rolled his thumb across the ink pad, pressed it to the card. Then I crossed to the computer terminal, fingers trembling as I scanned it into the system. The screen blinked. Match found. Name, Ethan Burke, that's my name. I stared at the monitor, pulse hammering in my ears. This had to be a system error, a glitch. I grabbed my phone and dialed Donna's extension, my supervisor 3 floors up in the warm, windowed world. Reeves. Donna, I need you to come down here. It's 2 a.m, Burke, what's wrong? This body, my voice cracked. It's me, the prints match, everything matches. Silence. Then she laughed, short, incredulous. You're alive, Ethan. You're talking to me right now. I know, but get some sleep when your shift ends. Seriously. The line went dead. I turned back to the table, legs unsteady. The corpse's left hand rested palm up where I'd left it. And there, on the 4th finger, a gold wedding band caught the fluorescent light. The same inscription Sophie had engraved 6 years ago. My hands shook as I reached for the personal effects bag. The plastic crinkled too loud in the silent morgue. I had to be wrong, had to be. The bag's seal broke with a whisper. Inside, oh God. My driver's license stared back at me. Same awful photo from the DMV 3 years ago. My apartment keys, the Wonder Woman keychain Sophie gave me as a joke. My wallet, I flipped it open, and there we were. Sophie and me at Montauk Beach, her hair whipping across both our faces. The photo I kept in my actual wallet, right now, in my locker upstairs. Can you imagine holding proof you're dead? My throat closed. The formaldehyde smell thickened, coating my tongue. This wasn't real, couldn't be real. I'd kissed Sophie goodbye 8 hours ago. I'd driven here. I'd clocked in at 11 p.m. like always. A metallic slide echoed behind me. I spun around. Drawer 12. I froze. That drawer had been empty. I'd inventoried the cold storage at midnight, logged every occupant. 12 had been vacant, but now it hung open 6 inches, waiting. My legs moved without permission. Each step toward that drawer felt like wading through cold water. The temperature gauge on the wall read 38 degrees, but my breath didn't fog. Wrong. That detail was wrong. I grabbed the handle. The metal burned ice against my palm, pulled, the same face, the same scar above the left eyebrow, the same guitar calluses I'd built over 15 years, but the tag made my stomach drop through the floor. Date of death, 3 weeks ago, I staggered backward 3 weeks. I'd worked every night shift for the past 3 weeks. I would have seen this body. I would have logged it, processed it, stored it. Wouldn't I? The fluorescent lights flickered once, twice. In that half-second of darkness, I heard it. Another drawer sliding open somewhere deeper in the cold storage room. And I realized with creeping horror how many drawers I hadn't checked tonight. Metal scraped against metal. Another drawer, sliding open on its own. I spun toward the sound. Drawer 17. The steel face yawned wide, exhaling cold air that stank of formaldehyde and something underneath, copper, fresh and wet. Inside lay another me. Same scar above the eyebrow, same calloused fingertips. The tag read September 14th, 4 months ago. Before I could move, drawer 23 opened, then 8, then 30, then 5. Each one groaning on its track, each one revealing the same face, the same body, the same wedding ring catching the fluorescent light. I counted. 7 drawers, 7 bodies, 7 versions of Ethan Burke, tagged and logged across 6 months like some obscene inventory. The newest, drawer 12, the one I just opened, had died yesterday, Tuesday. The cut on its temple still looked fresh, too fresh. My hands shook as I checked the tags again. October 9th, September 27th, August 3rd, July 16th, June 30th, May 11th, and then I saw it, drawer 4, open, empty. The tag read today's date, Wednesday, October 23rd. What would you do? Stand there and wait to see what fills it? I ran. Shoes slapping tile, breath ragged in my throat. The elevator was 15 feet away. I slammed my palm against the button. Nothing, no light, no mechanical hum from the shaft. I hit it again. Dead, the stairwell. I pivoted, crashed through the door. It stopped after 6 inches. Chain rattling on the other side. Locked. From the outside, the fluorescent lights above me flickered once, twice. The hum deepened to something that vibrated in my teeth. Behind me, I heard the sound of something shifting in drawer 4. Metal scraped against metal. The sound came from everywhere at once. 7 drawers sliding open in perfect unison. I pressed my back against the wall, ice spreading through my chest. The refrigerated units yawned wide and the bodies, my bodies, moved. They sat upright, just sat up like waking from sleep. Legs swung down slowly, heels thumping against the drawer fronts. 7 identical movements. 7 copies of me wearing the pale gray skin of the dead. Their eyes opened. Oh God, their eyes. The pupils were wrong, blown wide and black, swallowing the irises until barely any color remained. They stared forward at nothing, unseeing but somehow aware. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting shadows that twisted across their faces. My faces. One of them turned its head toward me. "Tonight makes 8, it whispered. The voice was mine, flat, emotionless, like reading from a script I'd never seen. They stood together, all 7 rows as one, bare feet touching the tile floor without sound. The formaldehyde smell thickened, mixing with something underneath, something rotten and wet that hadn't been there before. I stumbled backward. My heel caught the door frame to the cold storage room. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to lock myself away. What would you do? When 7 versions of your corpse stand and speak your name? I yanked the door shut behind me. grabbed the handle, twisted the lock. It spun uselessly. Broken, the door drifted open an inch. Then I heard it, soft at first, then unmistakable, the wet slap of bare feet on tile, moving toward me, not walking, coming. And they weren't alone anymore. Something else moved with them, breathing in rhythm with my racing heart. I threw myself sideways through the embalming room doorway. My shoulder slammed into the metal desk. Hard. The impact sang up my collarbone, but I didn't stop. I dropped behind the stainless steel station, knees hitting cold tile. Bare feet slapped closer in the hallway. Breathing. 7 sets of lungs moving in perfect rhythm. I pressed my spine against the cabinet, tasting copper at the back of my throat. The overhead lamp swung slightly, casting shadows that stretched and contracted across the drainage grooves in the table above me. Formaldehyde burned my nostrils, but underneath rot, sweet and wrong. My hand brushed something on the floor, a logbook, black leather binding, corners worn smooth. I pulled it into my lap, fingers trembling. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. I flipped the book open. Pages of shift logs, dates, times, signatures at the bottom of each entry. My eyes skimmed down the columns, searching for what? Proof I wasn't insane. Then I saw it, my signature. My handwriting, the way I looped the capital E, the sharp angle of the B. October 7th, October 14th, October 21st. Nights I don't remember. Nights I know I wasn't here because Sophie and I watched movies. We ate takeout. Oh God, had we. Paper clipped to the back pages, 7 death certificates. I unfolded the first with shaking hands. Ethan Burke. Cause of death, blunt force trauma. Location, hospital parking garage, sublevel 2, ruled accidental. The second, drowning. Basement stairwell flooding. Third, electrocution. Service elevator malfunction. Fourth, they were all here. Every death happened in this building. I fumbled for my phone. No signal, not even one bar. A shadow fell across the logbook. I looked up. One of them stood in the doorway, head tilted, pupils swallowing the iris whole. It opened its mouth and my own voice whispered out, "You've read this before." The formaldehyde burned sharper now, like it was inside my lungs instead of the air. I backed against the metal cabinets, breath coming in shallow gasps. The creature, no, the thing wearing my face, tilted its head at the same angle I'd seen in mirrors 1,000 times. But I wasn't doing it. I wasn't moving at all. Then the smell changed. Rain, asphalt, wet leather. Oh God. The memory surfaced like a body rising from deep water. 6 months ago. Sophie standing in our kitchen doorway, arms crossed, her voice tight. "You're choosing this place over us." "It's one more shift," I'd said, grabbing my keys from the counter. "We need the money. We need you here." But I'd walked out anyway. Drove through rain that hammered the windshield so hard the wipers couldn't keep up. The parking garage ramp was slick. I remember descending into the sub-level, the fluorescent lights flickering orange and sickly. I remember pressing the elevator button. Then, nothing, not sleep, not unconsciousness, just absence. Like someone had cut that entire night from my memory and spliced the film back together wrong. Have you ever lost time like that? Not forgotten, lost. Where the hours just vanish, and you wake up somewhere else with no idea how you got there. I pressed my palms against the cold metal of the cabinet behind me. The chill bit through my scrubs, grounding me in the present. The thing, the duplicate, remained motionless at the end of the hall, watching. If I couldn't trust my memory, maybe I could trust documentation. Donna's office. The personnel files were kept in there, locked in a gray filing cabinet behind her desk. I'd seen her pull them out before when the hospital auditors came through. Every employee, every hire date, every signature. I had to know. Moving slowly, I edged along the wall toward the corridor that led to the administrative wing. The duplicate didn't follow, it just watched, breathing in sync with me. The office door was unlocked. It shouldn't have been. Donna always locked it when she left the basement. Always. But tonight, the knob turned easily under my hand. Inside, her desk lamp cast a yellow pool across scattered paperwork. The filing cabinet stood open, just an inch. Like someone had been here recently. Like someone knew I'd come. I found the personnel drawer. Found the B section. Burke Ethan. The folder was thicker than I remembered. I pulled it out, spread it on the desk under the lamp. Start date 6 months ago. March 15th. No, that's wrong. I've worked here 3 years. 3 years of night shifts and formaldehyde and signing logbooks. I remembered my first week, training with the previous assistant before he transferred. I remembered, but the date stared back at me. Official. Typed. Stamped with Harold Chen's signature. My hands shook as I flipped through the pages. Orientation checklist, benefits enrollment, background check, then a photo paperclip to the inside cover. It showed someone in morgue scrubs, same height, same build, but the face wasn't mine. And beneath the photo, in handwriting I recognized as my own, was a note I didn't remember writing. Tonight you'll understand why you can't leave. The file slipped from my fingers. Paper rustled to the floor. A sound echoed down the hallway, metal sliding on metal. Once, twice, 7 times, the drawers. I backed out of Donna's office, pulse hammering in my throat. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting jittering shadows along the basement corridor. Formaldehyde hung thick in the air, but underneath, oh God, something else. Rot, fresh rot, like meat left out in summer heat. The duplicates were moving. I pressed myself against the cold cinder block wall, straining to hear. Nothing. No footsteps. No breathing, just the electric hum of the lights and my own ragged gasps. How could 7 bodies move without sound? Down the hallway at the junction near cold storage, one of them stood, my face, my posture, head tilted at an angle no living neck should bend. It didn't blink, didn't breathe, just watched. I squeezed my eyes shut, counted to 3. Opened them 5 feet closer. My stomach lurched. The thing hadn't walked. It had simply relocated like a skipped frame in a film. Can you imagine that? Seeing yourself erased and redrawn closer, with no movement between. I ran. My shoes slapped tile, echoing obscenely loud in the silence. Behind me, nothing. No pursuit sounds. Somehow that was worse. I risked a glance back. 4 of them now, spread across the corridor, all standing perfectly still, all watching with those 2 wide pupils. I shoved through the embalming room door, slammed it shut. My hands shook as I fumbled for the lock. There wasn't one. There had never been one, had there? The metal felt ice cold under my palms. A memory surfaced, sudden and drowning. Water. Cold water filling my lungs, burning like acid. My hand pressing the elevator button, over and over. The button that wouldn't light, the elevator that wouldn't come. I was falling. Falling through, the door handle turned. The door opened. They filled the autopsy suite doorway, 3 of them. No, 4. Shoulders pressed together, heads tilted at the same angle. Their eyes reflected the overhead fluorescence like coins at the bottom of a well. I backed toward the steel table, nowhere else to go. My hip struck the edge. The cold metal burned through my scrubs. The polished cabinet doors behind the sink caught my reflection. I saw myself standing there, chest heaving, face pale. And, oh God, my shirt had ridden up. A thin red line traced from my sternum to my navel, barely healed. The edges still pink and puckered. A Y-incision scar. Can you imagine looking down and seeing proof that you've already been opened? Already been emptied? My hands trembled as I touched it. The skin felt wrong, too smooth, like melted wax. I've embalmed hundreds of bodies. I know what that scar means. The duplicates moved closer, not walking, just closer. Their bare feet made no sound on the tile, but I heard their breathing, all in perfect unison. Inhale, hold, exhale. They formed a circle around me. The formaldehyde smell thickened, mixed with something underneath, copper and spoiled meat. One of them stood directly in front of me now, close enough that I felt the cold radiating from its skin. But no breath touched my face. Its mouth opened. My voice came out. You died 6 months ago in the parking garage. The words hit like fists. I shook my head. No, that's not. Every night you forget. Another one spoke. Same inflection, same pitch. Every night you discover us. They stepped closer. The circle tightened. Every night ends the same. Their hands reached toward me, fingers rigid, skin the color of freezer-burned meat. You cannot leave what you never left. The lights flickered, and in that strobing darkness, I saw what stood behind them in the hallway. My phone buzzed against my hip. 7 a.m., end of shift. The duplicates didn't stop. They reached for me, fingers outstretched, skin the color of freezer burn. Their touch landed on my shoulders, my chest, my face. Ice, not cold ice. Like someone pressed my cheek against the morgue drawer for hours. I tried to jerk away, but my legs wouldn't answer. Their grip tightened. No, the floor vanished. I fell backward into nothing. The autopsy suite lights spiraled above me, shrinking to pinpricks. Then water closed over my head, frigid, black, filling my nose, my throat, choking off the scream building in my lungs. I clawed upward, but my hands found only concrete. Wait, no, I was on concrete, skull cracking against parking garage floor, bones splintering, the wet crunch echoing in my ears. A wire touched my skin. Electricity tore through me. Every muscle locked, smoke. I smelled burning flesh, my flesh, then pills dissolving on my tongue, bitter and chalky, the room spinning, falling down the stairwell, ribs snapping, neck twisting, carbon monoxide filled the car, sweet, almost pleasant, my vision grayed, drowning again, concrete again, electrocution again. All 7 deaths slammed into me at once. Not memories, not visions. I was dying, right now. 7 times simultaneously. My body couldn't contain it. Each death screamed for space inside my skull, tearing me apart from within. I understood. I hadn't worked here for 3 years. I died 6 months ago. Everything since, Sophie, the apartment, every shift, shadows cast by a corpse that refused to stop moving. I opened my mouth to scream. The sound ripped out, but it came from 7 throats. Mine and theirs, perfect unison. The same pitch, the same terror. Then silence dropped like a curtain. The duplicates released me. They stepped back, formed a circle, and in the space between their bodies, the empty drawer slid open with a metallic whisper, waiting for number 8. I woke to warmth, soft cotton sheets, Sophie's breath against my neck, morning sunlight filtering through bedroom curtains, golden and clean. No formaldehyde, no fluorescent hum, just home. She stirred beside me, lifted her head. You were talking in your sleep again. Her lips brushed my forehead, warm and real. I exhaled, a shuddering, grateful breath. A nightmare, just a nightmare. Coffee, she pressed a mug into my hands. I brought it to my lips. Cold. Not lukewarm, cold, like it had been sitting for hours. I looked up. Sophie smiled, but the morning light behind her seemed flat, too bright, too still. You okay? She asked. Yeah, I'm. Her left hand rested on my shoulder. The wedding band caught the light, gold glinting on her right hand, the wrong hand. We'd been married 6 years and she'd never switched it, not once. My throat tightened. Sophie, you should get ready, she said. Don't want to be late. Late. It was morning. I glanced at my phone on the nightstand. The screen glowed. 11 p.m. My alarm buzzed sharp, mechanical. Time to go to work. I stood, legs unsteady. The bedroom door was ahead, familiar white paint and brass handle. I reached for it, turned the knob. Fluorescent light spilled through. Not the hallway to our living room. Not the narrow apartment corridor with wedding photos on the wall. A long, sterile hallway, white tile, buzzing overhead lights. The smell hit me, antiseptic and formaldehyde. I turned back. Sophie sat on the bed, hands folded, watching, waiting. Time to go to work, she said again. Her voice was mine. The hallway stretched ahead, cold, endless. And I understood, finally, there would be no waking, no escape, only the shift, only the drawers, only the discovery, again and again and again. I stepped forward. The fluorescent lights flickered. Somewhere below, an empty drawer waited. It always would. The light appeared where no light should be. I pressed the cold binoculars against my face, hands trembling despite the calm I tried to project. 7,200 feet up in Pinnacle Watch, surrounded by nothing but wind and pine and someone. Something was burning below in the unmapped valley. No permits issued. I checked twice. My breath fogged the glass. I lowered the binoculars and reached for the radio, the static crackling to life before I even pressed the button. Base, this is Pinnacle, you copy. The response came after 3 seconds too long. Dale's voice, familiar but stretched thin across the distance. Copy, Pinnacle, what have you got? Light source in the Western Valley. Grid reference. I fumbled for my map, the paper rustling loud in the silence. November 7/8, no permit on file. November 7/8, Dale's voice crackled. We'll hike down at first light, probably kids. You know how it is. I did know. And yet, copy that, I said. The line went dead. I set the radio down and returned to the window, pressing my palm against the glass. The cold bit through my skin, sharp and clarifying. The light still flickered below, steady as a heartbeat. Too steady. Campfires wavered, danced. This burned with mechanical precision. Dawn came slow. I watched the search party descend through my binoculars, Dale's orange pack, 2 younger rangers trailing behind. They moved through the old growth like ants swallowed by shadow and distance. 4 hours down, 4 hours searching, 4 hours of nothing. No trace, Dale radioed up at noon. No ash, no tracks. You sure about the coordinates? I was sure. That night I didn't sleep. I stood at the window scanning the valley with eyes that burned from exhaustion. The darkness pressed close, thick and patient. And then, oh, there it was again. Same location. Same impossible light, burning where nothing should burn. What would you do if the world insisted you were wrong? But your eyes kept showing you the truth. The second night, the light appeared at exactly 9:47. I logged it, kept my eyes locked on that steady glow in the western valley while the radio hissed beside me. White noise, static washing through the cabin like tide. Then the light flickered, and the static spiked, a sharp burst of interference that made me wince. The light steadied. The static dropped back to baseline. Coincidence? Had to be. But the third night, 9:47 again, the pattern repeated. Flicker, static surge. My pulse kicked up. I adjusted the squelch dial, trying to filter the interference, but the correlation held. Every time that light pulsed in the valley below, my radio choked on noise. Something down there was bleeding into my frequency. I needed to think about something else. Anything else. My wallet sat on the desk, worn leather creased from years in my back pocket. I flipped it open to the photograph tucked behind the clear plastic sleeve. Eleanor. Taken 2 summers ago at Rattlesnake Ledge before the divorce papers, before the silence that replaced our conversations. She was smiling in the photo. I remembered that smile, but now, oh, her head was angled wrong, tilted slightly left when it should have been straight. Her eyes looked past the camera instead of into it. I blinked hard, rubbed my face with both hands. The photo hadn't changed. Photos don't change. I was seeing things that weren't there because I'd slept maybe 11 hours across the last 4 days. What would you do? Stare at a picture until your memory warps it into something unfamiliar. That's what isolation does. It rots your certainty from the inside. The fourth night came, 9:47. The light appeared on schedule, mechanical and patient. The static crackled in harmony. I didn't touch the radio this time, just watched. My coffee had gone cold hours ago, a thin skin forming on the surface. The cabin smelled like stale grounds and the metallic bite of oncoming weather. By the 5th night, I'd stopped questioning whether the light was real. I started questioning whether I was. My hands trembled as I wrote the log entry. The ink smeared. Outside, the wind had died completely, the forest holding its breath. I glanced at Eleanor's photograph one more time before closing the wallet. Her smile had turned away from the camera entirely. And somewhere far below in the darkness, the light burned on, waiting for me to understand what it wanted. I waited until dusk. The high-power binoculars felt cold against my palms, metal casing slick with condensation. I braced them against the window frame to steady my hands. 5 nights of watching had taught me patience, but not calm. 9:47. The light flickered on. I adjusted the focus wheel. Click, click. The valley floor swam into clarity, trees sharpening into individual branches, shadows pooling between trunks. The light source sat exactly where it had always been, unwavering in the darkness. I twisted the wheel one more increment, and there it was. A fire lookout tower. My breath caught. Not a cabin, not a campfire, a tower. The structure rose from the valley floor like a mirror image pulled from my own reflection. Same Forest Service green paint. Same observation windows wrapping the cabin. Same weathered stairs spiraling down through skeletal support beams. Impossible. I lowered the binoculars, blinked hard, looked again, still there. My hands shook as I pulled the topographical maps from the filing cabinet. The musty smell of old paper filled the cabin as I spread them across the desk. I traced every contour line, every elevation marker, every trail notation. The valley below was marked as unmapped terrain, old-growth forest, no structures, no tower. I checked the construction logs, maintenance records, radio frequencies assigned to Forest Service stations within 50 miles. Nothing. No permits. No reports. No mention of a second lookout in this sector. But I could see it through the glass, standing where nothing should exist. What would you do? Would you trust the maps? Or your own eyes? I pressed my forehead against the cold window and stared down at my impossible twin, burning its light into the gathering dark. Tomorrow I would have to go down there. I left at first light. No radio call to Dale. No logged route plan. Protocol demanded I stay at my station, but the tower below had burned through 5 nights of surveillance, and documentation wouldn't explain what my eyes had already confirmed. The descent started easy. Switchbacks I'd memorized during fire season, granite outcrops marking elevation drops. My boots found purchase on familiar trail. Then the trail ended. I pushed into old growth where no path existed, and the forest swallowed sound like water absorbing ink. My breathing should have echoed. It didn't. The snap of a branch under my weight produced only muffled pressure against my eardrums, as if the air itself had thickened into something that refused to carry vibration. Fog clung to the undergrowth, cold and stationary, defying even the slight morning breeze that should have moved through these elevation bands. The temperature dropped with each step, not the gradual cooling of descending altitude, but sudden, localized cold that raised goosebumps along my forearms despite my jacket. I tasted metal on my tongue, copper and ozone, the flavor of old batteries corroding in a drawer. Would you keep walking, knowing something fundamental had shifted, that the forest no longer obeyed the rules you'd learned across 5 years of rangering? I kept walking. 4 hours dissolved into timeless trudging. My watch hand seemed to stutter between minute marks. The compass needle drifted lazily, never quite settling on magnetic north. But the tower grew closer with each labored step, rising through the canopy like a monument to my own deteriorating certainty. Then I stood at its base, neck craned upward and my breath caught. The structure mirrored my station exactly. Same weathered planks, same Forest Service green paint faded to sage along the southern exposure. Same rusted hinges on the observation shutters, but the wood grain, oh, the wood grain ran backwards. Every knot, every crack, every age ring flowed in perfect reverse of what physics allowed. The stairs waited. 63 steps. I knew the count without climbing because I climbed 63 steps every day to reach my own cabin. My hand gripped the railing, ice cold despite the morning sun now filtering through fog, and the wood groaned under my weight. Creak, creak, creak. Each step sang with sound the forest had refused to carry. The wrongness of it prickled across my scalp. Noise existed only here, only on this structure, as if the tower claimed exclusive rights to vibration in this dead valley. 50 steps, 55, 60. The cabin door stood slightly ajar, and through the gap I saw the corner of a desk I recognized. But from inside that sliver of darkness, something else waited. The faint scent of coffee I'd brewed 4 hours ago, 1,500 vertical feet above me, in a tower that should have been the only one for 20 miles. I reached for the door, and heard breathing that wasn't mine. I pushed the door open. The breathing stopped. The cabin was empty, but occupied. That metallic scent hung heavier here, coating the back of my throat like old pennies. Every object sat exactly where mine did, 7,000 feet above. The desk faced the same western window. The propane heater squatted in the same corner. Even the coffee mug rested on the same warped plank, brown ring staining the wood. I stepped inside. The floor groaned, wrong pitch, half a note too low. My desk, my chair, my radio mounted on the wall, call numbers matching. The dials were set to Dale's frequency. I touched the mug, still warm. My hand jerked back. The coffee inside steamed faintly, surface tension unbroken. Someone had poured this minutes ago. But the cabin stretched empty around me, silent except for my own ragged breathing. The log book sat open on the desk. I knew that binding. Forest Service issue, olive drab canvas, corners reinforced with brass. I'd filled 3 of them over the years. This one looked newer, pages still crisp, but the handwriting. Oh, no, my handwriting. The cramped capitals I used for dates. The way my capital R looped too far left. Entry after entry marching down pages in ink I recognized from my own pen. March 15th. Clear skies. Patrol route Alpha complete. No smoke. I'd never written those words. March 15th, I'd been at my tower, the real one, documenting the same clear skies in my own log book. My fingers trembled as I turned pages. April 9th, May 22nd, June 3rd, all in my hand, all impossible. The dates stretched back exactly 6 months, and the final entry written this morning read, "If you are reading this, you have 4 hours before you become me." My fingers found the last page. The paper felt colder than the rest. Wrong somehow, like it had been touched by frozen hands. Day 180, the entry began. My own handwriting, but the letters pressed deeper into the page. Desperate, still seeing the fake tower. The ink had smudged in one corner, a thumbprint I recognized. Mine. Every 6 months I've watched it burn through the night. Today I hiked to it. The metallic smell in the air grew sharper. I could taste copper on my tongue, found myself inside. My chest tightened. The words blurred, then refocused. This is my last entry before I disappear. If you are reading this, you are me. You hiked to your own tower. The cabin creaked. Just the wind, I told myself, just settling wood, but the sound came from inside, not outside. A floorboard compressed under weight I couldn't see. The final sentence waited at the bottom of the page. Look behind you. 2 words. 3 syllables. They shouldn't have had power. But my hands started shaking so hard the logbook rattled against the desk. What would you do? If your own handwriting commanded you to turn around in an impossible place, would you obey? I didn't want to, oh God. I didn't want to, but my body moved anyway. Muscles overriding terror. My neck rotated, slow, mechanical, like something else controlled the motion. My shoulders followed. The room spun into view degree by degree. The doorway came into focus. My breath stopped, not because I couldn't breathe, because something in my lungs forgot how. The air turned solid in my throat, trapped, burning. My heart hammered once, twice, then nothing. Just silence and the shape standing in the frame, watching me with eyes I knew better than my own. I was staring at myself. The man in the doorway had my jaw, my cheekbones, my build beneath the weathered Park Service jacket. But his face, oh God, his face. Deep lines carved through skin turned leathery by sun and isolation. Gray threaded through hair I still kept dark. His hands, scarred, liver-spotted, trembling, clutched the same log book I just read. Those hands told me everything. He stepped inside. The floorboards creaked under boots I recognized. The left heel worn on the outside edge just like mine. The metallic smell of the valley clung to him, mixed with old paper and wood smoke. You're wondering if this is real. His voice scraped out rough, aged, but the cadence was mine, the exact rhythm I used when talking to myself during long shifts. It is. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. He set the log book on the desk between us. Every 6 months we hiked to our reflection tower. His finger, my finger, gnarled and thick-knuckled, traced the wood grain. Every time we replace ourselves. Enno, I've been you 9 times, Marcus. Hearing my name in that ruined voice shattered something inside me. What did he mean by replace? The word hung in the cold air like a threat, but I couldn't grasp its full weight yet. He moved closer. I saw the scar above his left eyebrow, the one I got falling from a ladder at age 12. Another on his knuckle from Eleanor's broken coffee mug during our last fight. Every mark was mine. Tonight, he reached toward me, and the lamplight caught the deep exhaustion in eyes I'd seen in mirrors for 34 years. Tonight you become me. The room tilted. My hands, I looked down at my hands, and felt the first cold prickle of change crawling beneath my skin. He extends the log book toward me, and I take it. The leather cover feels cold, too cold. Wrong temperature for skin contact, like holding something that's been buried underground. My fingers close around it. Oh no. The hands gripping the spine aren't mine. They can't be mine. Liver spots bloom across the knuckles like bruises spreading under time-lapse photography. The skin sags, papery thin, revealing blue veins that map decades I haven't lived. A scar cuts across my left thumb, white and ancient. I got that scar. When? I remember now, splitting kindling, February, years ago, but it happened yesterday. My breath comes shallow, fast. I force myself to look at my arms. The flannel sleeves pull back, revealing forearms corded with muscle gone stringy, spotted with age, marked with scars I recognize. The burn from the propane stove, the gash from barbed wire on the trail to Cascade Pass. All mine, all impossible. What would you do? I whisper to the empty air. Would you scream? Would you check again, desperate, praying your eyes lied? I look up, searching for his face, for my face, for answers. The doorway is empty, just the dark rectangle of the frame. The threshold worn smooth, the hinges silent. He's gone. But I didn't hear him leave, didn't hear the floor creak, didn't hear breathing stop or footsteps begin. Then a stair groans below me. The third step from the top. I know its voice. I've climbed those stairs 1,000 times, learned which boards sing and which stay silent. Another creak. Fifth step. Descending in the measured rhythm of someone who knows the tower's skeleton as well as his own. I lunge toward the window. My joints ache. When did that start? My knees crack as I move, sounds I've never made, sounds that belong to my father, not me. I press my weathered palms against the glass, smudging it with prints that look nothing like the ones I left this morning. Down below, emerging from the base of the tower, a figure. He wears my jacket. The blue one Alina gave me for our anniversary. My pack bounces against his shoulders, young shoulders, straight and strong. His gait is easy, familiar. I watch him navigate the rocks at the clearing's edge, stepping exactly where I would step, favoring his left leg slightly because of the old soccer injury that never quite healed. He doesn't look back. Why would he? He thinks he escaped, thinks he discovered the truth and walked away free, thinks the nightmare lives down here in this valley, and safety waits up there in his tower, my tower. His tower now. The forest swallows him between two cedars and he's gone, hiking back up the mountain, back to Pinnacle Watch, back to the radio and the log book and the light he'll see in 6 months, burning down here in the valley like a promise, like a mouth opening. The silence that follows his departure isn't peaceful. It's hungry. I stand at the window, my aged reflection staring back from the glass, and realize I can't remember my own voice anymore. Can't remember what it felt like to speak his name, my name, Alina's name. I open my mouth to test it. Nothing. Not even a whisper. Not even breath shaped into sound. My throat works, muscles contracting, but the air passes through dead and mute. The tower has already begun taking what it needs. My voice first, then memory, then self. But what comes after silence, I'm only beginning to understand. I lunged toward the window. My mouth opened wide, throat muscles contracted. Nothing, not a whisper, not a rasp. The silence inside me was absolute, a vacuum where sound should exist. I pressed my scarred fingers against my throat, felt the cartilage shift under papery skin, but the vocal cords refused. They simply refused to vibrate. Have you ever tried to scream and produced nothing? I stumbled to the radio. The same battered CB unit that connected me to Dale, to Jenna, to the world 15 miles below. My aged hands fumbled with the dial, twisting through frequencies. Static would be enough. Static meant connection. Static meant I still existed somewhere in the signal. The speaker gave me silence. Dead air, complete and total. I pressed the transmit button, released, pressed again. The red indicator light didn't even flicker. I shook the unit, childish, desperate, but the metal casing felt wrong in my grip. Lighter, hollow. as if the components inside had rotted away decades ago. The metallic smell thickened around me, coating my tongue with the taste of old pennies. I reached for my wallet with trembling hands. The leather felt cold, unfamiliar. Inside, the photograph of Alina smiled up at me from our anniversary dinner, the same image I'd carried for 2 years since the divorce. But something had shifted. Her face, oh God, her face was turned away now. Not erased, not gone, just angled toward the restaurant window instead of the camera. The smile remained, but it wasn't for me anymore. It never had been in this version of the past. Can you imagine watching your own history rewrite itself? The tower creaked around me, settling, digesting. I was being unmade, thread by thread, erased from every frequency and photograph and memory. And somewhere above me, my younger self was climbing back into Pinnacle Watch, convinced he'd escaped. But 6 months from now, he'd see the light. The days blur into weeks, weeks into months. I document the weather, record false patrol routes, fill the log book with my handwriting because that is what the tower demands. The pen feels foreign in my scarred hands, but the letters form themselves, muscle memory older than thought. On day 173, the light appears, not in this valley, but across the impossible distance, burning in my original tower. Pinnacle Watch glows through the fog, and I lift the binoculars with hands that shake from more than age. Through the lenses, I see him, myself, younger, leaning forward at the observation deck, scanning for smoke. He spotted it. I watch him radio it in. Watch him pace the cabin floor 3 nights running. The static crackles even here, metallic taste flooding my mouth, copper and cold. He doesn't know yet, can't know. The tower protects its secret until the moment of replacement. On day 180, he descends. I track his progress through the old-growth forest, his pack bobbing between trees. 4 hours. The same route I took. The same certainty driving each step. I lower the binoculars when he reaches the valley floor, because I cannot watch him climb these stairs, cannot witness the moment his hands touch this railing, still warm from my grip. Instead, I open the logbook, write the final entry. If you are reading this, you are me. You hike to your own tower, look behind you. The ink dries, footsteps creak on the stairs outside. I stand, turn toward the doorway. He'll need the logbook. He'll need to understand, though understanding changes nothing. The door swings open and I see my own face, younger and terrified, staring back at me. The cycle completes. I hand him the book and step toward the stairs, toward the forest, toward 6 months of forgetting. The tower has always been patient. Dirt filled my mouth when I woke. I spat, tasted grit and iron. The concrete was cold beneath my cheek, rough against my skin. I tried to move, couldn't. Something held me tight around my chest. My harness, clipped to what? I blinked into darkness, vision swimming. The carabiner was locked to a safety ring bolted into the turbine foundation. When had I done that? I couldn't remember clipping in. Couldn't remember lying down. The wind howled across the Iowa flatland, cutting through my work jacket like it wasn't even there. 2 a.m. cold, October cold, the kind that makes your bones ache. I sat up slowly. My hands, oh God, my hands were shaking. Not from the cold, from something else. Something that sat in my chest like a stone, heavy and wrong. I looked down at my palms. They were pale in the darkness, trembling so hard I had to clench them into fists. The wind turbine loomed above me. Turbine 7. White paint glowing faint in the moonlight, tower stretching 200 feet into the black sky. The blades weren't turning. Silent, still. And then I remembered falling. The memory hit me like a fist. My boots slipping on the platform edge. The rail too far away. My fingers grasping at empty air. The ground rushing up, not down, because when you fall everything inverts, and the impact that should have, my radio crackled, static hiss, then a voice. Nina's voice, my supervisor, tinny and distant through the speaker, clipped to my shoulder. Owen, we need you at Turbine 7. Emergency repair. Generators offline. Winds picking up. Can you get up there tonight? Tonight. I stared at the radio. My throat was dry. I tried to speak, but nothing came out at first, just a croak. I swallowed and tried again. I'm already here. Static. Long, hissing silence. Copy that, Nina said finally. Get it done. We're bleeding money every hour that turbine's down. The radio went dead. I looked up at the tower again. The ladder rungs disappeared into shadow, climbing and climbing until they vanished into the nacelle platform at the top. The generator room. The place where I'd spent 1,000 shifts doing maintenance, tightening bolts, checking oil levels, running diagnostics. The place I'd fallen from. But I hadn't fallen, had I? I was here, alive, breathing. My chest rose and fell, lungs pulling in the night air that smelled like machine oil and distant rain. Can you imagine waking up like this? Not knowing if you're alive or dead or stuck somewhere in between. The wind shifted, and I swear it sounded like breathing. Not the normal whistle through the turbine blades. Not the moan of air moving across the plains. This was different. Rhythmic, deliberate, in and out, like lungs filling and emptying. Like something massive and patient waiting for me at the top of that ladder. Every instinct screamed at me to unclip the harness, walk to my truck, drive away from this place and never look back. But I couldn't. You have to understand, I've never left a job unfinished in my life. Never walked away from a repair half done. It's not who I am. Sarah used to say it would kill me someday, this obsession with completing every task, crossing every item off the list. Turbine 7 needed fixing. Nina was waiting. The job wasn't done. My fingers moved to the carabiner. Muscle memory. I unclipped from the foundation ring and stood on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else. The harness hung heavy on my shoulders, straps digging into my ribs. The tower door stood open, just a crack. I didn't remember opening it. Inside, the ladder waited. 200 feet of narrow metal rungs disappearing up into the dark throat of the turbine shaft. I'd climbed it 1,000 times, knew every handhold, every place where the paint had worn smooth from workers' gloves. I reached for the first rung. The metal was ice cold against my palm. My hand was still shaking, still wrong. What would you do? If every cell in your body screamed danger but your mind said climb. I stepped onto the ladder. The wind's breathing followed me into the shaft. The hatch should have closed behind me, spring-loaded, automatic. But when I glanced down, it remained open. A rectangle of lesser darkness against the black, and something else. Something that made my grip tighten on the rungs until my knuckles went white. There were marks on the ladder, scuff marks, boot prints in the dust coating the metal, fresh prints. Going up, I was alone on shift tonight. I was always alone for the overnight emergency calls. That's why they called me. Owen Trace, the guy who'd climb in any weather, fix anything, never complain about the isolation or the hours. So whose boots had left those marks? The ladder groaned under my weight. Or maybe it was the tower itself, metal expanding and contracting in the cold. 200 feet of steel shifting infinitesimally, singing its quiet song. I climbed. One rung, another. The shaft walls pressed close on all sides, barely wider than my shoulders. My breath echoed. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. Somewhere above, in the nacelle at the top of this ladder, something was waiting. I didn't know what, but I was going to find out. The rungs bite into my palms. Cold. Each one clangs under my boots like a countdown I don't want to finish. The wind screams past the ladder shaft, and I press my body against the metal, trying not to think about the 200 feet of empty air behind me. Climb, that's all, just climb. My breath fogs in the narrow shaft. The radio crackles at my hip, static, then silence. I keep moving. One rung, another. My arms shake. But I've always been good at finishing what I start. The nacelle hatch groans open under my weight. Inside, the generator room is smaller than I remember. Cramped. The smell hits me first. Stale air, metal tang, something lived in. And there against the wall, a sleeping bag, unrolled. Water bottles lined up like soldiers. A spiral notebook resting on top. I crouch beside it. My knees protest. The handwriting inside is mine. Oh God, can you imagine that? Seeing your own words in a book you've never written. The dates stretch back 4 months. Daily entries, observations, routines, wind speeds, repair logs, all in my writing, getting shakier as the pages turn. The last entry is tonight's date. Tonight I climb turbine 7. My pulse hammers in my ears. I flip backward through the pages. Every single one mentions this moment, climbing, finding the notebook, reading these exact words. Over and over. The same sentences repeating like a prayer I never learned. Therefore, I've been here before. Below me the hatch slams shut. The sound echoes up through the floor, metal on metal. Final, then, footsteps on the ladder, slow, methodical. Climbing toward me. Someone else is coming up. I grabbed the radio. My thumb found the transmit button before my brain caught up. Nina, this is Owen at turbine 7. Do you copy? Static hissed back at me. That white noise crackle that sounds almost like voices if you listen long enough. I waited. 10 seconds, 20. The footsteps on the ladder grew louder, methodical, one rung at a time. Nina, please, I need. Nothing. I switched channels. Vince. Vince, you there? The static didn't change. Same lifeless hiss, same emptiness bleeding through the speaker. My hand tightened around the radio until the plastic casing creaked. Have you ever called for help and realized no one's listening? That the void doesn't even bother to answer? Anyone, please. The footsteps stopped. I held my breath, listened. The wind outside screamed through the turbine blades, but inside the nacelle, silence. Whoever had been climbing, whatever had been climbing, was gone. Or waiting. I stayed pressed against the cold metal wall until my legs cramped. Until the darkness outside the narrow window began to thin. Dawn crept across the Iowa plains in shades of gray and rust, and I finally moved to look outside. The wind farm stretched empty beneath me. 50 turbines stood in perfect grid formation across the flatland, their blades turning slow and synchronized. But no trucks moved between them, no workers, no lights in the distant office trailer. The parking lot sat 200 feet below. Gravel, oil stains. My truck was gone. I pulled out my phone. The screen glowed harsh against my face, and the numbers there made my stomach drop. 2:03 a.m. The same time I'd woken at the turbine base. The same time on every page of that notebook. My phone had been showing 2 a.m. for how long? Hours. I'd watched the sun rise, but the clock, it had never moved forward at all. I had to get out. The ladder rungs bit cold through my gloves as I descended, 200 feet of vertical metal trembling with every gust. Each handhold echoed up the shaft, a hollow, rhythmic clanging that made my teeth ache. The wind howled outside the tower, but inside I could hear my own breathing bouncing off steel walls. Down, just keep going down. My boots found the rhythm, hand, foot, hand, foot. The darkness below felt safer than the nacelle above with its impossible notebook and frozen clocks. Whatever was happening up there, I needed ground beneath me, solid earth, real. Then I heard it, footsteps climbing up. I froze, one hand locked on a rung, vertigo pulling at my gut. The sound grew louder, steady, mechanical, exhausted. Someone was ascending toward me through the shaft. "Hello," my voice cracked. "Vince, Nina." No answer, just the footsteps. Closer now. The beam of a headlamp cut through the darkness below. I squinted against the glare, trying to see past it. A figure emerged from the shadows, climbing with the slow determination of someone who'd made this journey 1,000 times. The light hit his face. My face. What would you do? Would you scream? Run? I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. He looked. Wrong, hollow-eyed, skin too pale, like something drained of color. His work jacket hung loose on his frame. My frame. And his hands gripped the rungs with a tremor I recognized from my own exhausted nights. He climbed past me without a word, without even a glance, his breath coming in shallow gasps that didn't match the rhythm of his movements. Too fast. He was breathing too fast for someone climbing so slowly. I pressed myself against the ladder, metal biting into my ribs. He continued up toward the nacelle. I followed. What else could I do? The questions burned hotter than my fear. Inside the nacelle, he moved straight to the notebook, flipped it open with shaking hands, and began to write. I crept closer, reading over his shoulder in the dim glow of his headlamp. The words appeared in my handwriting. I saw myself today. He paused, pen hovering. I am not alone in the loop. I stepped back from the duplicate, the cold metal wall biting through my shirt. The figure kept writing, pen scratching paper in steady rhythm, not acknowledging me at all. My breath came shallow, fast. The nacelle air smelled wrong, metallic and stale, like old copper. Then I heard it. Another set of footsteps on the ladder below. The hatch groaned open. Someone else climbed into the cramped space, and the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. He wore my face, my work jacket, but his eyes, hollow, empty. He moved to the far corner, sank down against the wall, and went still, catatonic, staring at nothing. I pressed myself tighter against the generator housing. "Hey," Hey, can you? He didn't blink. The wind outside howled, and the whole nacelle vibrated with a low-frequency hum that rattled my teeth. I could feel it in my chest, that awful thrumming like the turbine itself was breathing. More footsteps. A third version of me appeared through the hatch, frantic energy radiating off him. He went straight to the equipment panel, fingers flying over switches and gauges. Checking, rechecking. His lips moved silently, counting something I couldn't hear. Sweat darkened his collar despite the freezing air. Then a fourth. This one climbed onto the exterior platform. I watched through the small window as he stood at the railing, 200 feet above the ground, and stared down into the darkness. Just standing there. The wind whipped his hair. He didn't move. None of them looked at me. How many times have I climbed this tower? How many versions of myself are trapped here, repeating the same motions, unaware of each other? Or worse, fully aware. Can you imagine waking up and discovering you're not even the first copy? My hands trembled. I counted them again. One writing, one catatonic, one checking equipment, one outside, 4 of me. But the hatch was opening again. I couldn't stay. Not with 5 versions of myself crowding the nacelle, not with the hatch opening again below. I grabbed the ladder and descended into the gray light of dawn. The rungs were cold, ice cold though it wasn't winter. My palms stuck to the metal as I climbed down, and the wind howled through the lattice framework of the tower like something trying to get in. Or out. 200 feet is a long way to descend when you're shaking. Each step echoed up and down the shaft. My breathing sounded too loud in my ears. At 100 feet I paused. My hands ached. Below, the concrete pad at the turbine base materialized through the grayness. The parking lot beyond sat empty. No trucks, no other workers, just endless flatland stretching to the horizon. 50 feet, 20, 10. My boots hit concrete. I stepped away from the ladder and looked around, searching for what? Evidence. Answers, some proof that I wasn't losing my mind. That's when I saw it. The stain on the concrete, dark, rust brown, too large to be oil. It pooled near the tower base, spattered in a pattern I recognized from safety videos. Impact spray. Blood next to it. Oh God. Next to it sat a cracked safety helmet. Yellow, my company's logo on the side. And beside that, a single work glove, palm up, fingers curled. I crouched down. My knees wouldn't hold me. The glove, the memory surfaced like something drowning coming up for air. 4 months ago. The dispatch call crackling through my radio at 2 in the morning. Emergency repair, turbine 7, generator fault. I remembered climbing, exhausted from a double shift. Nina's voice urging me to hurry before the system failed completely. I remembered the nacelle hatch, the tools scattered, the loose bolt on the generator housing that I reached for without clipping my safety line first. Just 1 second, one careless second, the bolt turned. The platform edge was closer than I thought. My boot slipped on the grated metal. I grabbed for the railing, missed. The wind screamed past my ears. 200 feet. The ground rushed up and I couldn't even scream because the air ripped the sound from my throat. The impact, I never felt the impact. Can you imagine that? Remembering your own death, I stared at the blood, at the helmet, at the glove that still bore the outline of my hand. I never survived the fall. Above me, metal groaned. I looked up at Turbine 7 and there, standing at the edge of the nacelle platform 200 feet above, was another version of myself, staring down at the exact spot where I knelt. The world blinked. One moment I stood staring at my own blood dried into concrete. The next, darkness folded in on itself. My stomach lurched sideways. When vision returned, the stains were gone. Fresh gravel, clean concrete. The helmet and glove vanished. 2 a.m. again. I stumbled backward, tasting copper on my tongue. The wind carried that wrong smell, ozone mixed with rust. Around me, shadows moved. I wasn't alone anymore. They emerged from between the turbines. 5, 6, 7 versions of myself, all converging on Turbine 7's base. Hollow-eyed, silent, some limped. Others moved with mechanical precision. None looked at each other. We formed a half circle around the tower, waiting. For what? Then I heard it. Footsteps on gravel. A truck door slamming in the distance. He came around Turbine 6, work bag slung over one shoulder. Yellow hard hat, clean coveralls. His face, oh God, his face. No exhaustion carved into the lines. No terror haunting the eyes. He looked alive in a way I'd forgotten was possible. The original me, 4 months ago. I opened my mouth to scream a warning, but nothing emerged. Not a whisper, not a breath. My throat worked uselessly, producing only silence. I lunged forward. The other versions remained still, watching with dead expressions. He didn't see us, didn't hear my soundless screaming. He checked his radio, muttered something about the emergency repair, and gripped the ladder. Started climbing. No, 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 no. I followed, my boots clanging on rungs he'd touched seconds before. Below, the other versions began their own ascent, a procession of ghosts climbing toward inevitability. The wind howled through the shaft, but I could hear his breathing above me. Steady, confident, alive. The 200-foot climb passed in agonized silence. At the top, the hatch swung open. He pulled himself into the nacelle. I followed. The generator hummed. Tools lay scattered. And there, on the primary mount, the loose bolt gleamed in his flashlight beam. He reached for it. I lunged forward, hand outstretched toward my own wrist. My fingers passed through flesh like smoke through wire mesh. No resistance, no contact, just the cold absence of matter where my hand should have gripped solid bone and tendon. The other me, the living me, didn't flinch, didn't register my presence at all. He was focused on the generator housing, eyes tracking the loose bolt that had vibrated free from its mounting bracket. I watched his face, my face, calculate the risk. Saw the familiar frown of concentration, the way his jaw set when he'd already decided to do something reckless. "Don't touch it," I tried to say. The words formed in my throat but died before reaching my lips. No sound emerged, not even breath. I was a ghost haunting my own last moments. The wind howled through the nacelle vents, carrying the sharp smell of turbine grease and ozone. Behind me, the other versions stood in their silent vigil, hollow-eyed witnesses to a tragedy they'd each lived and died through. How many times had they tried what I was trying now? How many desperate, futile attempts to change what couldn't be changed? My living self reached for the bolt. I threw my body between him and the generator housing, passed straight through, tried to knock the wrench from his hand. My fingers slipped through metal like it was made of fog. I grabbed for his shoulders, his arms, his tool belt. Nothing. I couldn't touch the physical world any more than a reflection could reach out from a mirror. What would you do if you could see yourself walking toward death but couldn't make a sound, couldn't move a single object, couldn't change anything at all? The bolt came free in his hand. The vibration hit immediately. The housing lurched sideways, throwing him off balance. His boots scraped metal. I heard the screech, felt the echo of panic that must have flooded his veins in that instant. He grabbed for the safety rail. Missed. His body tilted backward. Legs kicked empty air. The wrench tumbled from his fingers, clattering against the platform grating. Time stretched and compressed simultaneously, the way it does in nightmares when you're falling and can't wake up. He dropped through the open hatchway. The impact, oh, God. I felt it in my own chest. Not a memory, not an echo. The actual sensation of concrete slamming into ribs, vertebrae compressing, skull fracturing against the turbine base 200 feet below. Every bone breaking in sympathetic harmony across whatever thin membrane separated my existence from his. I collapsed to my knees, gasping. The nacelle spun around me. The other versions remained motionless, watching with expressions I finally understood. Not indifference, exhaustion. The world dissolved into static. I woke at the base of Turbine 7, dirt filling my mouth, harness clipped tight around my chest. The taste of soil and copper. My radio crackled to life with Nina's voice issuing the same emergency repair order. 2 a.m. again. Always. I pushed myself upright, spitting grit from between my teeth. Looked up at the tower rising into darkness. The wind sounded like breathing through broken lungs. But this time, something felt different. This time, I could still feel the phantom warmth of where my hand had passed through my own wrist. And beneath the static on the radio, buried under Nina's voice, I heard another sound. Footsteps. Coming from inside Turbine 7. Descending. Someone was already up there, waiting for me to climb. I push up from the concrete, but I'm also still falling. My stomach lurches, 200 feet of empty air rushing past, wind screaming in my ears. At the same time, my knees grind into gravel. Dirt crusts my tongue. I taste copper. Blood, my blood. The harness digs into my ribs, or maybe it doesn't exist at all. I can't tell anymore. I blink. And the sky flickers. Night, day, night. The turbines strobe between shadow and blazing sunlight. My hand presses against cold concrete, but phantom warmth bleeds through from somewhere else, some other wind. The footsteps I heard descending. They're ascending now, or always were. Time folds in on itself like wet paper. I stand, I climb. I fall, all at once. My boot finds the first rung inside Turbine 7. The metal hum vibrates through my bones, but it's layered. Dozens of identical vibrations stacked atop each other, slightly out of sync. I hear my own breathing echo down the shaft, except it's not an echo. It's me climbing below me, above me, beside me in moments that haven't happened yet or already passed. The hatch opens. I'm in the nacelle. Oh, God, they're everywhere. Versions of myself fill every inch of space, overlapping like double-exposed photographs. Some crouch in corners. Others claw at the walls. One stands at the platform edge, teetering. Their mouths stretch wide, screaming, but no sound emerges. just the hollow whistle of wind through broken teeth. I try to speak. My jaw moves. Nothing. We are all screaming silently. The sleeping bag materializes and vanishes. The notebook flips open, pages covered in handwriting that shifts between ink and blood. My handwriting, except whose hand actually wrote it? Which version of me? Which loop? I can't remember falling anymore, or maybe I never stopped. I stop screaming. The other versions of me. They flicker, fade, dissolve into the cold metal walls. My breath steadies. The nacelle smells like oil and rust and something older, time itself maybe gone stale. I can feel the floor beneath my boots again. Solid, real enough. I tried fighting this for so long, tried understanding it, tried escaping. But what would you do when the only way forward is to stop running backward? I kneel beside the sleeping bag and smooth out the wrinkles. My hands remember the motions. I line up the water bottles against the wall, labels facing out, the way I always did during maintenance shifts. The notebook sits open, pages covered in my handwriting, frantic at first, then measured, then accepting. I pick up the pen. Daily observations I write, schedules, routines. The words flow easier now. No panic. No questions I cannot answer, just the work, the task. Unfinished things demand completion, and this is what remains. Therefore, I stay. The wind howls outside, but it does not sound like breathing anymore, just wind. The nacelle hums with the turbine's rotation, a lullaby of grinding gears and spinning blades. I cap the pen, set it down beside the notebook. Below me, a metallic clang echoes up the shaft. The hatch, footsteps on the ladder, slow, exhausted. Climbing, I stand, smooth my jacket. My hands are steady now, strange how calm feels heavier than fear. I face the entry point and wait. Someone is coming. Someone who needs to see that he is not alone. The loop continues, and I am finally home. The phone screamed at 3:33 in the morning. Line 2. The red light pulsed in the dark office like a heartbeat. I reached for the receiver, plastic cold against my palm, and pressed it to my ear. Answering service, this is Cameron. Silence, then breathing, measured, shallow breathing that matched my own rhythm exactly. Hello, I tried again. Cameron. The voice hit like ice water. Listen carefully. You're going to die at 6:33 a.m., 3 hours from now. I straightened in the chair. Prank call had to be. But something about the cadence, the coffee in the break room is poisoned. Don't drink it. Don't. Don't touch it. The voice cracked on the last word, and my throat tightened in response. Because I knew that hitch. That exact way my voice breaks when I'm scared and trying not to show it. Can you imagine hearing yourself speak when your mouth isn't moving? Who is this? I'm calling from 6:41 a.m. I'm you, Cameron. Oh God, I'm looking at the body right now. I slammed the receiver down. My hand shook. The office felt smaller suddenly. The 4 phone lines coiled like snakes on the desk. The single security monitor casting blue light across stacks of message pads. Prank. Obviously. Some kind of voice modulation app. Maybe Todd from building security, bored on his rounds, messing with the overnight operator. I forced a breath. Let it out slow. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, that endless electrical whine that fills the skull after midnight. I stood joint stiff from 6 hours at the desk and walked to the break room. The door swung open. The smell hit first, bitter, almost almond-like, underneath the usual burnt coffee stench. And there it sat, on the counter, my mug. The chipped blue one, full, steaming. I never made coffee tonight. I didn't pour this coffee. Couldn't have. My hands shake as I set the mug down on the counter, the porcelain clinking against formica. The bitter almond scent clings to the back of my throat, the security monitor. I rush back to my desk, fingers fumbling over the keyboard. The grainy feed loads in 4 squares: lobby, stairwell, break room, hallway. I drag the timeline back to 3 o'clock. There. The break room camera shows me, walking through the doorway, same wrinkled shirt, same hunched shoulders. I watch myself move to the coffee pot, pour a full mug, lift it to my lips. But I never my doppelganger on screen drinks. 3 long swallows, then freezes. The mug slips from their hand, shattering across the brown tile. The body crumples. Knees buckle first, then the whole frame collapses sideways. One arm stretches out, fingers twitching against the floor. I'm watching myself die. My chest tightens. Can you imagine seeing your own corpse, knowing you're still breathing? The timestamp reads 3:04 a.m. I was at my desk then. I remember answering a billing inquiry. I remember the fluorescent light buzzing overhead. I lean closer to the screen. The body lies motionless for 30 seconds, a minute. The pixels blur together, but I can see the unnatural angle of the neck, the stillness of the chest. Then, movement. At 3:34 a.m., the body sits up, not gasping, not coughing, just sits up, calmly. The figure stands, brushes off its shirt, and walks out of frame toward the hallway, toward the desk where I'm sitting right now. My phone rings. The caller ID flashes my own number again, but this time the timestamp shows 3:34 a.m. From tonight, not the future. I let it ring. My hand hovered over the receiver, but I couldn't make myself lift it. The trilling sound drilled into my skull, each ring identical to the last. 7 rings, 8, 9, then silence. The air still carried that bitter almond smell from the break room, clinging to my clothes like smoke. I needed help. Someone who could explain what I just watched on that footage. I grabbed my cell phone and pulled up Vivian Cross's contact. My supervisor, she'd know what to do. The call connected. One hollow ring. Then a soft click. Dead air, not voicemail, just nothing. I tried again. Same result. One ring, click, silence. My fingers were shaking now. Can you imagine trying to type when your hands won't stop trembling? But I managed to open my messages. Todd Brenner, building security. He was supposed to be on shift tonight. Help. Something wrong with office. Please come to 3rd floor. Urgent. I watched the message send. Watched the status change from delivered to read at 6:27 a.m. The little indicator showed Todd had opened it, seen it, but no typing bubble appeared. No response. Todd, read at 6:27 a.m. Todd, read at 6:28 a.m. I tried the main desk line. One ring, disconnect. The police non-emergency number. One ring, disconnect. My own cell carrier's customer service. One ring, disconnect. Every single call. I stood up so fast the chair rolled backward and hit the wall. The office door, I grabbed the handle and twisted. Locked. I hadn't locked it. The deadbolt was engaged from the outside. the kind that needs a key on both sides. My breath came in short gasps. The windows didn't open. Fire code violation, but management never cared. I was trapped. That's when I noticed the computer screen. The clock in the corner glowed blue against the dark. 6:29 a.m. 4 minutes until 6:33. 4 minutes until the timestamp on that footage. The one where I collapsed on the break room floor. And the phone began to ring again. I answered on the second ring. "Look at yourself." The voice was mine, but not lower, ragged like I'd been screaming for hours. "Right now, look." "Who?" "Your lips are already blue," the voice rasped. Static crackled behind the words. "Skin's gone gray around the edges. You're sitting in that chair, and you're dying." My hand moved to the dark monitor. The screen reflected my face in its black surface. Oh God. My lips were pale, not quite blue, but wrong, bloodless. I touched them. My fingertips felt cold. Not the air-conditioned chill of the office, something deeper, something inside. "You feel it now, don't you?" My voice. My exhausted, broken voice. The numbness creeping up from your fingers. The metallic taste at the back of your throat. I did taste it. Copper and something bitter. My stomach lurched. I bent over the trash can, tried to force it out, whatever poison was working through my veins. Nothing came. Just dry heaves that left my ribs aching. "It doesn't work," the voice said, flat, defeated. "You absorbed it hours ago, you just don't remember drinking it." I wiped my mouth with a trembling hand. "What are you talking about?" "This is the 9th loop, Cameron, the 9th. You've died 8 times already, same chair, same timestamp, and every time you loop back." A wet, rattling breath. "You don't remember any of it." My reflection stared back from the monitor. Lips definitely grayer now. The overhead fluorescent buzzed, flickered once. "Can you imagine forgetting your own death? 8 times. Why don't I remember?" My voice cracked. The line went silent, just static. Just my own breathing echoing back at me. Then, "Because something doesn't want you to." My fingers found the mouse. Still cold. Still numb. The metallic taste coated my tongue as I clicked through the call system, pulling up the log history. The monitor's blue glow made my skin look corpse pale, or maybe that wasn't the screen at all. 3:33 a.m. Today's entry sat at the top. I scrolled down, there. Same timestamp, different date, 2 weeks ago, another one, 5 weeks back. My breathing sounded too loud in the empty office. That wet, shallow rhythm you can't quite control when panic starts winning. The hard drive whirred as I kept scrolling, and each click of the mouse echoed against the walls like a countdown I couldn't stop. 8 entries total, all at 3:33 a.m., all spanning the last 3 months. And every single one marked with the same patient ID number, 1133. Would you keep digging? Would you want to know? I opened Dr. Hayes's file system with shaking hands. The password I used daily, the one I'd memorized for routing his emergency calls, still worked. His patient database loaded with agonizing slowness. I typed 1133. 1 result. The file opened. Patient name, Lucia Morno. The name from my employee handbook. The operator I'd replaced. The woman whose desk I inherited, whose coffee mug rotation I'd accidentally continued, whose chair still smelled faintly of lavender perfume under the stale air. I scrolled down. and the words appeared in clinical sterile formatting. Status: deceased. Cause of death: acute cyanide poisoning. Date of death: 3 months ago. Location: answering service office. Third floor. My eyes caught on the final line of the incident report, and something cold slithered down my spine that had nothing to do with poison. Body discovered in operator's chair. The same chair that creaked beneath me right now. My hands shook so hard I knocked the keyboard off the desk. It clattered against the side panel with a hollow thunk, and when I reached down to grab it, my fingers brushed something else. Paper, taped to the underside of the desk. I pulled. The adhesive made a soft ripping sound that seemed too loud in the silent office. 3 sheets of yellow legal paper, covered in tight, slanted handwriting. Blue ink. The top corner smelled faintly of vanilla perfume mixed with something chemical. Sharp medicinal. The first line read, "If you're reading this, you're already in the loop." My breath caught. I'm Lucia. I worked your shift. Same chair. Same calls. I thought I was losing my mind until I checked the footage. You'll see yourself die. You'll watch yourself stand back up. It's real. The handwriting got smaller, more frantic as I read. The coffee pot. There's a mechanism inside the heating element, timed release. I don't know what chemical, but it smells like almonds. I tested it at 2:47 a.m., traced the wiring. Someone modified it. I flipped to the second page. The letters were shakier here, pressing harder into the paper. I tried to destroy the pot, smashed it, unplugged everything. But the clock reset anyway. I still collapsed, still woke up again at 3:33. The loop doesn't care what I break. The third page had only 4 lines. I think I already drank it. In a timeline I can't remember. It doesn't matter what I break now. I still die because I already did. Below that, a single word underlined 3 times. Run. The phone rang. 3:33 a.m., but the computer clock still read 6:29. Which timeline was I in right now? I crumpled Lucia's final warning in my fist. The security monitor hummed beside me, casting blue light across my knuckles. I needed to see something real, something that made sense. I dragged my eyes to the screen. The footage showed the office. My chair and me, standing beside it. I didn't move. My body stayed frozen in the seat, fingers still clenched around the paper. But on screen, the figure wearing my face stretched, rolled its shoulders, and walked toward the break room. The hallway swallowed it. My lungs forgot how to work. Can you imagine watching yourself move when you haven't taken a single step? The air tasted metallic, like sucking on old pennies. I tried to lift my hand. Nothing. My muscles locked tight as if someone had unplugged me. On the monitor, the figure reappeared, holding a white ceramic mug. Steam curled from the rim. It walked, calm, methodical, back to the desk, set the mug down beside the keyboard, right next to the mouse. Then it turned and walked off screen toward the door. I blinked. The mug sat 2 inches from my hand, white ceramic, still hot. The bitter almond smell drifted up, coating the back of my throat. I never moved. I never poured anything. But the heat radiating from the porcelain kissed my wrist like a living thing. The phone shrieked. I grabbed it without thinking. My voice came through the receiver, but wrong, flatter, colder. You have to drink it again to close the loop. Again. The word burrowed into my skull. My reflection stared back from the monitor's black edge, lips parted, skin gray, eyes too wide. Behind me in the screen, the break room door stood open. Something moved inside it. I tore myself from the chair. My legs obeyed this time, clumsy, shaking, but mine. I stumbled to the break room, grabbed the steaming mug from my desk, and hurled it against the cinder block wall. Ceramic exploded. Dark liquid sprayed across beige paint like arterial spatter. The other mugs followed. 1, 2, 3. I swept them from the shelf, listened to each shatter against brown tile, a percussion of defiance. The coffee pot sat there, innocent and mocking, its red brew light glowing. I yanked the plug from the wall. The light died. I unscrewed the reservoir, dumped wet grounds into the trash. They clumped in my shaking fingers, gritty and obscene, leaving black crescents under my nails. My breath came hard, fast. For the first time in hours I felt real. Then the computer clock blinked. 6:29 became 3:33. No transition, no warning, just backward. The phone rang. I picked up before I could think, before I could stop myself. The voice wasn't mine. It was older, flattened like words spoken through a broken radio. "You are interference," it said. Each syllable clicked, mechanical and cold. "The loop must complete." I looked at the security monitor. The footage was moving backward. My doppelganger walked in reverse across the office, smooth and wrong like film rewound. It glided into the break room, steps erasing themselves. On screen, the shattered mugs. Oh God! The shards pulled together, crawled up the wall, fused into whole ceramic. Coffee droplets lifted from the floor, arced backward into reassembled cups. In my hand, the hand I could see in front of me right now, a mug appeared, warm, full. The bitter almond smell flooded my nose, my throat, my lungs. What would you do when reality itself refuses your resistance? I threw the mug at the window. The glass exploded outward in a spray of jagged fragments. Cold air rushed in, carrying the smell of rain and asphalt. And underneath it still, that bitter almond scent clinging to my clothes. I grabbed the chair, swung it hard against the remaining shards jutting from the frame. My hands found the edge, sharp, real. I hauled myself up the glass. It was flowing, liquid mercury in reverse. Fragments lifted from the parking lot 3 stories below, drifted upward like petals caught in an updraft. They slotted back into place with soft clicks, seamless. The cold air sealed away. The window became whole again. I pressed my palm flat against it, solid, mocking. Outside, the parking lot stretched empty under a single flickering lamp. Rain made halos around the light, and there, one car, mine. Navy blue sedan, same dent in the rear bumper where I'd backed into a post last year. But the license plate, I squinted through the glass. The registration sticker in the corner, March. 3 months ahead. March of a year I haven't lived yet. What would you do if your own car existed in the wrong time? I stumbled back to the desk. My hands shook as I rewound the security footage. Not the loop of myself dying and rising further back. Before my shift started. Before 3:33. The timestamp read 2:45 a.m. The parking lot on screen, empty. Then, movement. Todd Brenner's truck pulled in. He stepped out, collar up against the rain, and walked toward the building. In his right hand, a small brown bag, folded at the top, grease-stained. He unlocked the maintenance entrance, disappeared inside. I switched camera angles. Break room, 2:48 a.m. Todd entered the frame. He moved quickly. No hesitation. Opened the brown bag, poured white powder into the coffee pot reservoir. His hands were steady. Then he looked up, directly at the camera. His lips moved. "I'm sorry. They said it resets everything." I rewound the footage to 2:45 a.m. Todd Brenner entered the break room carrying a small brown bag. No hesitation. He opened the coffee pot, poured white powder directly into the filter, then replaced the lid. His movements were practiced, efficient. Then he looked up, straight into the camera lens. His lips moved slowly, deliberately. "I'm sorry." A pause. "They said it resets everything." My phone vibrated against the desk. One final ring cutting through the fluorescent hum. I answered. "Cameron, if you're hearing this, you were chosen for the trial." Vivian Cross's voice, but flatter, pre-recorded. "The loop tests causality breakdown, if you're still alive." The experiment failed. My throat tightened. "Please drink the coffee. It's the only way to stop experiencing all the timelines at once." The line went dead. All the timelines at once. I thought about Lucia, about her notes, about dying and waking and dying again in a chair I inherited from a corpse. What would you do, knowing the poison was always there, in every version, in every loop you can't remember living? The mug sat beside my keyboard. I didn't see it arrive, but there it was, still warm. I lifted it with both hands. The ceramic felt wrong against my palms, too smooth, too cold. The liquid inside wasn't brown, it was clear, like water. I tilted it toward the dim glow of the monitor. My reflection rippled across the surface. But the face staring back wasn't mine. The eyes were darker, the jawline sharper, Lucia's face, or maybe it had always been hers. I brought the rim to my lips. The taste was nothing. No bitterness, no almonds, just silence. And then, I forgot why I was afraid. Pen 12 was supposed to be empty. I checked the manifest twice before starting rounds. The clipboard felt heavier than usual in my cold hands. Or maybe that was just the way the night pressed down on everything out here. 10:47. My boots echoed against concrete as I approached the pen, flashlight cutting through the dark. But something stood in the center. A cow. Brown and white patches, completely still, just staring at me. I stopped. The air tasted wrong. Colder here than the other pens, and that didn't make sense. The facility's heating was uniform. I'd worked here 3 years. I knew every sound, every smell, every degree of temperature by heart. The cow didn't move, didn't shift weight or flick its tail. Its eyes caught my flashlight beam and reflected nothing. I glanced down at the manifest again. Pen 12, empty. Scheduled cleaning tomorrow morning. No livestock assigned. So what the hell was I looking at? My breath came out in small clouds as I climbed over the gate. The metal was ice under my palm. Can you imagine that silence? Not even the usual shuffle of hooves from neighboring pens. Just my heartbeat and boots scraping concrete. I got close enough to see the ear tag. The numbers stopped me cold. LEO 4379, my employee ID number. The cow blinked. Once. Slow and deliberate. That's when the smell hit me. metallic, thick, like copper pennies left in a closed fist too long, like the taste of blood before it reaches your tongue. I'd smelled it before, somewhere, but my mind wouldn't place it. The cow's mouth didn't move, but somewhere behind its eyes, I saw recognition. And that's when I realized it was looking at me the way you'd look at a replacement. I thumbed the radio. Frank, I need you to check something. Static crackled. Then his voice, bored and tinny. What's up, Leo? Pen 12. The manifest says empty, but there's a cow here. I stared at the animal. It hadn't moved. Hadn't blinked, just watched. Hold on. Keys clicking in the background. System shows pen 12's been empty since Monday. No livestock assigned. No tag registered. My throat tightened. Frank, I'm looking right at it. You sure you're at 12? The number was painted on the gate. Bold, white, 12. Yeah, I'm sure, he sighed. Take a picture, send it through. Good, yes, evidence. I pulled out my phone, hands steadier than they should have been. The camera focused. The cow filled the frame, that metallic smell still thick in the cold air. I snapped the photo. The screen showed bare concrete. I blinked, lowered the phone. The cow stood 3 feet away, massive and silent. Raised the phone again, empty pen, just gray floor and shadows. Leo, Frank's voice broke through the static. You send it. Yeah, it's, my voice felt distant. Have you ever doubted your own eyes? Wondered if your mind was betraying you? I clipped the radio, took a step forward. The cow didn't move, didn't react. I reached out slowly, my fingertips trembling as they met the hide. Cold, not cool. Not damp from night air. Cold as freezer meat. As something dead for days. I jerked my hand back, but the cold clung to my fingers, spreading up my wrist like frostbite. The cow's ear tag swayed slightly, my employee number catching the dim overhead light. And then, oh God, then its jaw moved. The jaw moved, and my voice came out. Not a moo, not animal sound, my voice. The same flat Midwest tone I'd heard on voicemails, the one Cheryl said always sounded tired. I've been standing here since March. I stumbled backward. My boot caught the pen rail. The cold metal bit through my jeans, but I barely felt it. The cow's mouth didn't sync with the words. They just emanated from its throat, from the air between us. I collapsed during rounds, it continued, each syllable slow and deliberate. Stroke, right here, right where you're standing now. My hand was still numb from touching its hide. I shoved it into my jacket pocket, squeezed my fingers into a fist. The warmth wouldn't return. 3 days before they found me. Have you ever heard your own voice say something you didn't speak? It's not like hearing a recording. That's just embarrassing, hearing how you really sound. This was violation. Someone wearing my vocal cords like a costume. I shook my head. No, this was. What? Exhaustion. Carbon monoxide from the truck. I'd skipped dinner. Low blood sugar. Something rational. Something fixable. But that metallic smell thickened in my nostrils. Copper and rot. The scent memory of the meat locker when the generator died last July. You're not real, I whispered. The cow blinked. Once, slowly, its massive head tilted, almost sympathetic. My radio crackled to life. Frank's voice cut through the static. Leo, you copy, finishing my rounds in the east wing. Heading your way, I grabbed the radio. Frank, stay on the line, I need, but the transmission ended. Just dead air and the hiss of an open channel, footsteps, heavy boots on concrete, the familiar rhythm of Frank's bowligid gate echoing from the corridor. Relief flooded my chest. Frank. Solid, practical Frank who'd worked here 20 years. He'd see this. Confirm I wasn't losing my mind. We'd call animal control, figure out how something this size got in, laugh about it next week over coffee. The footsteps grew louder. I turned toward the corridor entrance. Frank, over here, pen 12. You gotta see, Frank appeared under the overhead light. 58 years old, thermos in one hand, clipboard tucked under his arm. His breath fogged in the cold air. He walked right past me, not around me, past me. His eyes swept the pen, landed on the empty space where I stood and continued moving. No recognition, no pause. Frank, I shouted. My voice bounced off the concrete walls. He kept walking, boots scuffing, humming something under his breath. Some old country song he always hummed. I lunged forward, reached for his shoulder. My hand passed through empty air. He was already 10 feet away, turning the corner toward the south pens. The radio crackled again. Frank's voice. East wing clear, pen 12 clear, moving to loading docks. I stood there, radio hanging from my belt. My breath should have been fogging like his. It wasn't. I raised my hand to my mouth, exhaled hard, watched for the white vapor. Nothing. The cow watched me with patient, knowing eyes. And when it spoke again in my stolen voice, I finally understood why the air had grown so cold. The cow spoke again in my voice. Check your pulse. I pressed 2 fingers against my left wrist, pushed harder. The skin felt room temperature, no colder, like touching raw chicken from the back of the fridge. I shifted my grip, searching for the familiar throb beneath the surface. Nothing. I tried my neck, pressed until my fingertips ached or should have ached. The pressure registered as information, not sensation, like watching someone else get touched through a screen. No pulse, no heartbeat. I stood there in pen 12, fingers jammed against my carotid artery, and felt absolutely nothing moving inside me. Have you ever tried to find your own heartbeat and failed? The panic that floods through you, except I felt no flood, no adrenaline spike, just silence, the absence where my body's rhythm should have been. I exhaled hard, watching for fog. The cold air stayed clear. My chest rose and fell, habit, muscle, memory, but nothing came out. I was breathing the way you move your legs in a dream, the motion without the function. Cheryl kissed me goodbye at 8:45. I remembered the warmth of her lips, the coffee smell on her breath. She'd adjusted my collar, her fingertips brushing my neck. Had she noticed then? Had my skin already felt wrong to her touch? I looked down at my left hand. My wedding ring hung loose on my finger, too loose. I'd worn that band for 19 years, snug enough to leave an indent. Now it twisted freely, the gold dull under the fluorescent lights. I pulled it off. It slid away with no resistance, and underneath my finger showed no tan line at all. But the skin beneath looked thin, translucent. I could see the shape of bone through it like wax paper wrapped around wire. I stared at the bone beneath my skin, translucent as wax paper. Russell Payne. The cow's voice, my voice, broke through my paralysis. I looked up. Its dark eyes held something I recognized now. Resignation. That was my name, it said. Before pen 12, the metallic smell thickened. My stomach turned, though I couldn't feel hunger anymore. Couldn't feel much of anything except the cold radiating from the concrete beneath my boots. You had the stroke 20 minutes ago. The cow didn't blink. 10:47 p.m., right behind me, where you're standing. I stepped back. The concrete felt wrong under my feet. Too solid. Too real for someone who wasn't breathing. You're on the ground in pen 12 right now. The cow's jaw moved with my cadence, my Nebraska drawl. I'm watching you die. No, your phone's 3 feet from your hand. You tried to reach it. Couldn't. The air pressure changed. Or maybe I just finally noticed the silence, how the usual hum of the facility had vanished, how isolated pen 12 really was. Can you imagine standing in a place where sound just stops? Tomorrow at dawn I'll be free. The cow shifted its weight. Hooves scraped concrete. You'll replace me. The words didn't make sense, couldn't make sense. That's not, my voice cracked. I'm standing here, I'm talking to you. For now, run. Every instinct screamed it. I turned. Boots pounding concrete. The exit corridor stretched ahead, fluorescent lights buzzing, the first sound I'd heard in minutes. My legs moved but felt distant, like borrowed limbs. Behind me, that metallic smell grew stronger. And ahead, oh God, ahead the corridor was turning back. The corridor opened back to pen 12. I stopped, gasped. My legs buckled beneath me, but I didn't fall. I just stood there swaying. The metallic smell wrapped around my throat like a fist. There, on the concrete, me. I was lying on my side, one arm stretched out, fingers curled toward nothing. My eyes were open, staring at the wall. My mouth hung slack, a thin line of drool connecting my cheek to the floor. The phone lay 3 feet away, screen still glowing. 10:51 p.m., 4 minutes. 4 minutes since I'd found the cow. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. No, wait, I wasn't breathing anyway. Was I? My chest didn't rise. Didn't fall, just still. Boots echoed down the corridor. Frank. I spun toward the sound, relief flooding through me. Frank would see. Frank would call someone. Frank would. He walked right past. His flashlight beam swept across the pen. Across my body, across my open eyes. He didn't pause, didn't slow. The boots kept their steady rhythm, fading toward the loading dock. Frank, I screamed. Frank, I'm right here. The sound that came out. Oh God. Oh God, it wasn't my voice. It was low, guttural. A drawn-out moo that vibrated in my chest and rattled my teeth. I pressed my hands to my throat, choking on the sound. My hands. I stared down at them. The fingers were thinner, longer. The wedding ring hung loose on my 4th finger, slipping toward the knuckle. The skin looked waxy, pale, like it was already starting to forget what human flesh should look like. What would you do if your body started erasing you piece by piece, and you were still aware enough to watch it happen? I ran. My boots hammered concrete, echoing off metal gates and empty pens. The exit corridor stretched ahead. 50 feet, 40, 30. Cold air bit my face. I could smell diesel from the parking lot, rain on asphalt. Freedom. Just through that door. I hit the push bar hard. The door swung open, and I stumbled back into pen 12. Concrete walls. The metallic stench. Russell standing center, watching me with those flat cow eyes. The corridor behind me led, backward, to where I'd just come from. No, I spun and ran again. Same hallway, same distance. I counted my steps this time, 53. The door opened onto pen 12. Russell hadn't moved. My corpse still lay 3 feet from the gate, phone screen dark now. Third time, fourth. The hallway never changed, my legs ached. Or did they? Could I even feel pain anymore? What would you do? Keep running. Keep hoping the next door would be different. I grabbed a metal bucket from pen 14, hurled it at the office window. Glass exploded outward in a glittering spray. Sharp edges jutted from the frame like teeth. I punched through them, felt pressure, but no pain, no warmth spreading down my wrist. I pulled my hand back and stared at the pale skin. Clean, uncut, nothing. 7 months I tried. Russell's voice, my voice, drifted from pen 12. He stood at the gate now, massive head lowered. Every window, every door, every wall. He exhaled, breath steaming in the cold. You can't leave until replacement comes. The word hung there, replacement. And somewhere beyond these walls, someone was filling out an application. Someone who didn't know pen 12 was waiting. Replacement. That word cracked something open in my skull. March, cold morning. The memory surfaced like a body rising from deep water. I'd been the one to find him. Russell Payne, I remembered now. Day shift supervisor called me at 6 in the morning, 3 hours past end of watch. Russell never clocked out, didn't answer his phone. I drove back in dawn light, keys jangling against my hip. Pen 12 gate was locked from the outside. I'd opened it myself. The padlock was cold. So cold my fingers stuck to the metal. The smell hit me before I saw him. Metallic, sharp, like sucking on a penny while standing in a freezer. Russell lay center pen, face down, one arm stretched toward his phone 3 feet away. The concrete around him was darker, not blood, just wrong. His night shift jacket was twisted halfway up his back like he'd been crawling. Can you imagine finding that, your coworker? 3 days rotting in an empty pen nobody checks except during auctions. I'd called 911, waited by the gate, didn't go closer, couldn't. The smell wrapped around my throat like hands. They said stroke, instantaneous. Poor bastard probably didn't suffer, but I knew. Oh God, I knew now. Russell had been standing there the whole time, watching me discover his corpse, watching the EMTS bag him, watching Frank update the schedule with position vacant. That metallic smell clung to my uniform for days. I pressed my wrist against my nose now, breathed deep. There it was, copper, decay. The scent of meat left too long in a locked pen. I smelled like death, because I was death, and 5 a.m. was only hours away. The clock above the office door read 4:53 a.m. Russell stood in the center of pen 12, but something about him looked thinner, like fog burning off in morning sun. His edges wavered. When he shifted his weight, I could see through his shoulder to the concrete wall behind. My hands trembled. No, not trembled, something else. The fingers felt swollen, the knuckles stiff and wrong. I flexed them and heard a sound like wet leather stretching. It's starting, Russell said. His voice came from far away now, an echo down a long tunnel. I looked down at my body. My uniform shirt stretched tight across my chest. Too tight. The fabric strained at seams that had fit perfectly 8 hours ago. My spine ached with a deep, grinding pressure, as though something was compressing each vertebra, forcing them to bend in directions they were never meant to go. Can you imagine feeling your own skeleton betray you? I dropped to my knees in the dirt outside Pen 12. The impact should have hurt. It didn't. My kneecaps met the ground with a dull, distant thud. I pressed my palms flat against the cold earth and tried to breathe, tried to remember what breathing felt like. Write it, I gasped, to myself, to anyone. Write a warning, my boot. I could drag it through the dirt, leave a message for whoever came next. I scraped my heel in long, deliberate lines. D-A-N-G, each letter took forever. My leg felt heavier with every stroke, the ankle joint grinding like rusted hinges. E-R. The dirt was loose and dark, the letters clear against the pale concrete edge. There, 7 letters, 1 word. I stared at them for 3 seconds. The dirt shifted, smoothed itself, like invisible hands brushing it flat. The letters faded, no, not faded, erased, pulled back into the earth as though they'd never existed. I tried that too, Russell said. His voice was barely a whisper now. 17 different ways. It won't let you warn them. My spine bent further. I felt my ribcage expanding, the bones spreading outward. My shirt tore along the back seam with a soft, ripping sound that seemed obscenely loud in the pre-dawn silence. Think about the last time your body felt like your own. Hold that memory. Because mine was slipping away and I couldn't, the side door clanged open. Boots on concrete. Heavy, familiar rhythm. Frank's walk. I'd heard it 1,000 times during shift changes. Leo, his voice carried across the empty pens. You still here, buddy? I tried to stand. My legs wouldn't straighten. The knees bent backward now, just slightly, just enough to make standing upright impossible. I crawled toward the sound of his footsteps, my hands scraping against the concrete. Frank, I tried to shout. My throat produced a low, guttural sound. Not words, not human. His boots passed 10 feet away. I could see him through the gaps in the pen rails, coffee thermos in one hand, clipboard in the other. His eyes swept across Pen 12. Across my body, the one still lying on the floor where I'd collapsed 7 hours ago. He didn't stop walking. Leo, he called again, louder now, annoyed. Your truck's still out front. He pulled his phone from his belt, pressed it to his ear, and 3 feet from my dead hand, my phone began to ring. The concrete is cold beneath my hooves. I stand center of Pen 12, exactly where Russell stood, where I found him 7 months ago. My body, this body, smells like copper and rot. The air tastes metallic. I can feel the yellow tag clipped to my ear, swinging slightly when I move my head. 10:47 p.m. Boots echo down the corridor. New rhythm, younger gait. I know this sound. The way I used to walk these pens before everything ended. Derek rounds the corner. He's 29, fresh hire. Frank mentioned him during orientation. I remember now, fragments of conversations before my stroke. He carries the same flashlight I used, wears the same navy jacket. He stops, stares. What the hell? I try to speak, try to force words through this throat. Run, leave, don't stay until dawn. What comes out is a low, wet moo. Derek steps closer. His flashlight beam catches my ear tag. I watch his face change confusion to disbelief. He pulls out his phone, snaps a photo, checks the screen. Does he see me, or empty concrete? Pen 12 supposed to be. He scrolls through something, the manifest. Supposed to be empty, he backs away, exactly like I did. Same 3 steps, same angle. I am Russell now. The realization settles like ice water in my chest. I stood here watching Russell, and Russell stood here watching whoever came before him. The cycle doesn't break, it loops. Pen 12 always has a cow. Pen 12 is never empty. Derek's boots retreat down the corridor. I wait. In 7 months, he'll collapse during rounds. In 7 months, I'll watch him transform. In 7 months, I'll fade, and he'll take my place. The facility hums around me. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead. Somewhere, Frank is making coffee in the night office. I blink once. The concrete is cold beneath my hooves. I stand, I wait. The cycle holds. The steam in the mirror was clearing. I stood frozen in the bathroom, knuckles white against the porcelain sink. The shower had been running when I walked in. Still running. That hissing, endless sound filling the small space with wet heat that clung to my skin like a second layer. My reflection stared back at me through the fog, and behind it something moved, a figure in the shower, standing motionless behind the curtain of my own reflection. No, not behind the glass, inside it. I watched my mirror self just stand there, mouth slightly open, as the figure raised one dripping hand. Water streamed down its arm. Its finger touched the glass from the other side. It began to write, S-T-O-P. The letters appeared backward from my perspective, carved through condensation by something that shouldn't exist. Stop delivering here. My breath caught. I spun around so fast my hip cracked against the counter. The shower was empty. Curtain pulled back. Tiles bone dry. Not a single drop of water anywhere except, the mirror. I turned back slowly. The message was still there, still wet, still dripping down the glass in cold rivulets that caught the flickering bathroom light. What would you do? Would you touch it? I did. My fingertip met the letters. Ice shot through my hand. Not cold like winter, cold like nothing. Like the temperature where things stop existing. The water on the mirror shouldn't have felt like that. Water doesn't, it can't. Downstairs, the front door slammed. The sound cracked through the house like a gunshot. My whole body jerked. The bathroom light flickered once, twice. Then I heard them, footsteps, climbing the stairs toward me. Slow, deliberate, each creak of wood perfectly spaced, and underneath those footsteps, a sound that turned my blood to slush. Whistling, that same tune, the one I whistle every night on my route, the melody I've hummed for 9 years without thinking. 3 notes up, 2 notes down, always the same pattern. But I wasn't whistling. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and stopped just outside the bathroom door. 3 nights before the bathroom, I believed I knew my route. The truck engine hummed its familiar diesel lullaby at 3:45 a.m. Same sound for 9 years. Same vibration through the steering wheel. Same coffee-stained dashboard. Same stack of bundled newspapers smelling of ink and wood pulp behind my seat. The Belmont district slept under streetlights that flickered in perfect rhythm. I'd memorized which ones buzzed, which stayed silent. House 82, sprinkler timer broken, always leaves puddles on the driveway. House 109, porch step creaks on the left side, never the right. House 214, Rottweiler named Bruno starts barking exactly 4 seconds after my door slams. I wasn't just familiar with the route, I was woven into it. Can you understand that kind of knowing? When your body moves through space without thought, when every turn is muscle memory when you could drive it blind. I should have been able to. At 4:06 a.m., I rolled past House 345, the Kowalski place with the crooked mailbox and garden gnomes. Then came the empty lots, two of them side by side, nothing but dirt and scattered gravel under the streetlight's orange glow. I'd driven past that gap 5,000 times, give or take. Same empty stretch. Same darkness between 3:45 and 3:49. I glanced at my dashboard clock. 4:07 when I looked back at the road. The house was there, not half built, not under construction, there, fully formed as if it had always existed and I'd simply failed to notice for 9 years. 2 stories, pale gray siding, windows blazing with warm light despite the hour. The lawn was flawless, not the patchy brown of the lots surrounding it, but deep green, manicured, glistening with fresh dew that shouldn't exist in October's dry cold. The mailbox stood at the curb, pristine white, no name, no number. Just waiting, my foot eased off the gas. The truck slowed. I should have stopped. Should have backed up, confirmed what I was seeing. But routines have gravity. 9 years of muscle memory don't break for one strange house. I grabbed a newspaper from the stack. The bundle's rubber band snapped against my palm, sharp, real, grounding. I rolled down the window. Cold air poured in, carrying no scent at all. Not grass, not exhaust, not the usual pre-dawn smell of sprinklers and asphalt. Just absence. I threw the paper. It landed on the porch with a soft thump. The sound felt wrong, too muffled, like the house swallowed it. Every light inside remained on. No movement behind the windows. No shadows, no flicker of a television, no sign anyone lived there. But the lights blazed as if the house was awake, waiting for me to acknowledge it. I drove on. 3 houses later, my hands were shaking. Not from fear, not yet. From wrongness. From the certainty that something had been added to my route without permission, without warning, without any logical explanation. The Belmont district didn't just sprout houses overnight. There were permits, constructions, crews, months of noise and dust. This house had appeared silently, perfectly, between one heartbeat and the next. I finished the route on autopilot. 73 houses, same porches, same dogs. When I circled back past the lots on my way to the depot, I slowed again. 4:41 a.m., still dark. The streetlight still flickered orange. The house was gone, just dirt, just gravel, just the empty stretch I'd known for 9 years, as if nothing had ever interrupted the space between 3:45 and 3:49. I sat there, engine idling, staring at the vacant lot. My mouth tasted like copper. My newspaper, the one I'd thrown, was nowhere. No paper on a porch that didn't exist. No evidence I'd delivered to a house that hadn't been there. I checked my watch. 4:07 was 17 minutes behind me, but the memory was fresh. The lights, the lawn, the mailbox with no name, the sound of the paper landing, and disappearing into something that pretended to be a home. What I didn't know yet, what I couldn't know, sitting in that truck with my heart knocking against my ribs, was that tomorrow night I'd drive past those lots again at 4:07, and the house would be waiting. Not gone, not a hallucination, waiting for me to come inside. 24 hours later, I told myself I'd imagined it. But at 4:07 in the morning, my headlights swept across the same stretch of road. And there it stood. House 347. Same perfect lawn glistening with dew that shouldn't exist in October's brittle cold. Same yellow glow spilling from every window like something alive and waiting. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. The vinyl creaked under my palms. I pulled over, killed the engine. The silence pressed against my eardrums. No distant traffic, no wind, just my own breathing fogging the windshield. I grabbed my phone and opened the GPS history, fingers trembling slightly as I scrolled back through yesterday's route. The timestamp showed 4:07. The coordinates placed me exactly here. The map displayed an empty lot. I zoomed in. Satellite view. Street view. Nothing but dirt and scattered gravel where the house blazed in front of me, close enough to see the porch light's filament glowing orange through frosted glass. I checked the county assessor's website, each page loading with agonizing slowness. Parcel number confirmed, vacant land, no permits, no construction history. Last transaction 23 years ago. I stepped out of the truck. Gravel crunched under my boots, real, solid, exactly the texture I expected. The cold bit through my jacket, sharp and medicinal like the air before snow. I raised my phone, framed the house in the camera. The shutter clicked. The screen showed dirt, weeds, empty space. I lowered the phone. The house stood there, undeniable, its siding almost luminous in the pre-dawn darkness. But when I glanced at it from the corner of my eye, something shifted. The edges shimmered, rippled, like heat waves rising from summer asphalt, except the air was freezing. Have you ever doubted your own senses? Wondered if the boundary between you and madness is thinner than you thought? I started toward the porch and heard it, faint but unmistakable. Someone inside was whistling my tune. The porch light flickers on before I reach the steps. My breath catches, I didn't move, didn't trigger a sensor. The light just knew, the whistling stops. I freeze halfway up the driveway, gravel crunching under my boots. The house waits. Every window glows warm yellow against the pre-dawn darkness, impossibly inviting. My hand trembles as I grip the newspaper still clutched in my fist, proof I'm here for a reason, that this is just part of the route. It's not. You know it's not. I climb the 3 porch steps. The wood doesn't creak. Brand new. Everything here is brand new, impossibly maintained, as if it materialized whole and perfect between the empty lots. I reach for the doorknob. Click. The lock disengages before my fingers touch the brass. The door drifts inward half an inch, releasing a breath of warm air that smells like coffee, fresh brewed. The brand I buy every Sunday at the depot store. Hello, my voice cracks. No answer. I push the door wider. The hinges are silent. The living room stops my heart. That's my couch. The sagging brown sectional I bought at a yard sale 4 years ago, the cushion on the left worn thin where I sit every night. My television mounted on the wall, same crooked angle because I never leveled it properly. My bookshelf crammed with delivery route logs and true crime paperbacks, spines creased exactly how I left them. This isn't similar. This is exact. I step inside. The door clicks shut behind me and I don't turn around. Can't. My legs carry me forward on autopilot, past the coffee table with its water ring stain from the mug I dropped last winter, past the lamp with the finicky switch that requires 2 clicks. Then I see the mantel, a wedding photo in a silver frame. Me in a black tuxedo, smiling wider than I've smiled in years. My arm wrapped around a woman in white, blonde, radiant, laughing at something I've just said. I've never seen her before in my life. My wallet feels heavy in my pocket, and suddenly I know. I know if I check my driver's license right now, something will be different. That's when I heard the water running upstairs. My hand froze on the wallet. The sound was steady, rhythmic. A shower at full pressure. I hadn't touched anything. Hadn't been up there yet. The leather felt slick with sweat as I dropped it back into my pocket. The sound pulled at me, a hook behind my sternum. What would you do? Stand there in that stranger's living room wearing your face, or climb those stairs? I climbed. Each step creaked under my weight, the same protest as the stairs in my real apartment. The sound grew louder. Steam billowed from the open bathroom door at the top, thick and warm against my skin. It smelled wrong, though. Not soap or shampoo, just heat, wet air. The bathroom was mine. Same chipped tile, same rust stain curling from the faucet. But the mirror, through the fog on the glass I saw my reflection. And behind it, standing motionless in the shower, eyes closed. Me, another me. Water cascading over his shoulders, steam rising from his skin. I spun around. The shower was empty. My heart slammed against my ribs. I turned back to the mirror. The figure was still there, but now he stood directly behind my reflection. Dripping, eyes open, staring, I stumbled backward. My spine hit the door frame. The figure raised one hand, pressed it against the glass from the inside. The surface fogged around his fingers, and he began to write. Stop. The glass under his touch was ice cold. I could feel it radiating outward, freezing the steam into rivulets. Delivering. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Here, my hands shook as I fumbled for my wallet, flipped it open. Driver's license behind the plastic window. Lyle Carpenter, 347. The house number stared back at me. Downstairs, the front door slammed shut. I didn't wait for the footsteps. I bolted down the stairs and out into the pre-dawn cold, my truck still idling at the curb. My hands shook on the wheel as I peeled away from house 347, watching it shrink in the rearview mirror. The lights still blazing, waiting, 15 minutes across town. My apartment building looked the same, brick facade, familiar parking lot. I took the stairs 2 at a time to the second floor. The key scraped in the lock. Wrong. Not broken, just resistant, like the metal didn't quite remember the shape of the pins. Inside, I flipped the light switch and froze. My couch, my coffee table, my life, but the coffee table sat an inch to the left of the carpet indentation. The bookshelf stretched taller than I remembered, its top shelf just brushing the ceiling. On the wall, my framed photos had faded to ghosts, colors washed out, faces barely visible. The air smelled wrong, not bad, just not mine. What would you do? Stand there and measure furniture or run? I stepped into the hallway, gulping air. Wayne's door across the hall, I knocked hard. He opened it, cigarette dangling from his lips, construction dust still on his jeans. Wayne, hey, it's me, Lyle. He squinted, took a drag. Sorry, man, you got the wrong apartment or something. I live right there. I pointed at my door. 2 years now we've talked. You know me. Wayne's expression didn't change. Polite, patient, the way you look at a stranger. Don't think so, buddy. He closed the door softly. My phone buzzed. Gloria. Lyle. Dispatch needs to update your file. You've got the apartment on Maple listed as your residence, but the system shows no lease history. Never has. Only address we have is house 347. Her voice was so calm, so certain, and that's when I understood what was happening to me. I drove my route that night with white knuckles and a plan. Skip it, just drive past. What would you do if your entire existence was being erased, rewritten around a house that shouldn't exist? I had 72 other addresses. House 347 didn't need to happen. At 4:03, I passed number 329. My chest tightened. At 4:05, I rolled through 341. The steering wheel vibrated under my palms. A low hum I'd never felt before, traveling up through my wrists into my bones. 4:07 arrived. My foot pressed the brake without permission. The truck slowed, turned, the engine growling a pitch lower than physics allowed. I yanked the wheel left. It moved right. My hands were just passengers now, and that's when I saw it. Both of them occupying the same space. The empty lot shimmered beneath the house like a photograph dissolving in water. Dirt and weeds bleeding through the foundation. The porch flickering between solid and transparent. The lawn pristine and overgrown simultaneously. My vision doubled, tripled reality folding over itself until nausea crawled up my throat. I blinked. The newspaper was in my hand, cold, heavy. The porch board solid beneath my boots. How did I? The air smelled wrong. Not unpleasant, just backwards, like coffee brewed with yesterday's grounds. I hadn't walked here, I hadn't left the truck. But here I was, the door drifted open. No creak, no resistance, just opening. And from inside, oh God, from somewhere deep in that warm-lit hallway, I heard it, my voice. Not shouting, not angry, gentle, tired, familiar as my own heartbeat. Come home. The newspaper slipped from my fingers, hit the porch with a wet slap. I didn't hear myself drop it. What was waiting for me inside? I ran, my own voice still calling behind me. I stumbled off that porch and into my truck. Engine screaming, tires shrieking. I didn't stop until dawn broke gray and cold over the depot parking lot. Gloria found me there, slumped against the steering wheel. She asked if I was sick. I told her I needed the day off. First time in 9 years. The public library opened at 10. I was waiting at the doors. Inside, the smell hit me first. Old paper and dust and someone's forgotten coffee going cold at a reading desk. My hands shook as I approached the reference librarian. I asked for newspaper archives. Belmont District, missing persons. 9 years back. She led me to a humming microfiche machine in the basement. The fluorescent tube overhead flickered with a rhythm that matched my pulse. I scrolled through months of local headlines, bake sales, school board meetings, noise complaints. Then, there, October 9th, 9 years ago, delivery driver vanishes mid-route. The photograph showed a man about my age, Thin face, tired eyes, Marvin Schaefer, my chest tightened. Can you imagine finding your own ghost in the archives? The article stated he'd worked the graveyard shift for the same newspaper depot. Same route I drove now. Disappeared at 4 in the morning. Truck found idling on an empty street, driver's door open, papers scattered across the pavement. No signs of struggle. No body ever recovered. But here's what made my blood go cold. The follow-up article 3 weeks later had a photo of a house being demolished. The address printed beneath, 347 Rosewood Lane. The machine whirred as I zoomed closer. The house in the grainy image looked identical to the one I'd been delivering to. Same porch, same perfect lawn, same lights blazing in every window despite the demolition crew standing in the yard. How could they tear down something that hadn't existed yet? I printed the article. The paper came out warm, but when I touched the image of that house, the ink felt ice cold under my fingertips. The final piece was buried in the police report summary. An interview with Marvin's wife, dated 2 days before he vanished. He kept saying the route was wrong, she told investigators. That it was building something, taking pieces of him every night. He couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, he said. He said it was building something with his memories. Then he never came home. I sat there in the basement, fluorescent light buzzing, that cold printout trembling in my hands. Marvin had driven my route, seen what I was seeing, and whatever lived at house 347 had finished with him, which meant tonight when I went back, they both exist at the same time now. I stand in the middle of the street at 4:07 in the morning, and reality has split down the center. To my left, house 347 glows like a beacon, every window blazing, porch light warm and inviting, the lawn impossibly green even in darkness. To my right, 3 miles across town, but somehow right here, my apartment building sags against the pre-dawn sky. Windows dark, bricks crumbling. The stairwell railing I've gripped for 9 years now rusted through. The air between them smells wrong. Copper and static. I can't move, can't choose. My lungs pull in breath, and I hear it echoed back to me. The front door of house 347 opens. He steps out onto the porch, me. But not me, soaking wet. Hair plastered to his skull. Water drips from his fingertips, pooling on the welcome mat. His chest rises and falls in perfect synchronization with mine. When I hold my breath, so does he. When I exhale, so does he. His mouth doesn't move, but I feel the words forming in my own throat. Come home. Behind me, impossibly behind me because I'm facing both directions at once. A door creaks open at the apartment. Warm light spills down the stairs. The scent of coffee drifts out. Rich, sweet, real. A woman's voice calls softly from inside, "Honey, aren't you coming to bed? I have never been married." The duplicate takes 1 step forward, water streaming from his clothes. His eyes are the color of drowned things. What would you do if you knew one door led to forgetting and the other to becoming something else? My hand reaches forward, and I still don't know which door I'm reaching for when everything goes white. Warmth surrounds me when I open my eyes. Sunlight filters through cream-colored curtains, the kind I've never owned. The sheets smell like lavender detergent. A woman leans over me, auburn hair, smile lines framing her mouth, and presses her lips to my forehead. "Morning, sweetheart," she says. I don't know her name. My mouth opens anyway. "Morning." She pads toward the doorway, humming something familiar. The smell of coffee drifts up from downstairs, rich and dark. My body sits up, swings legs over the side of the bed, stands. I'm not telling it to do these things, but it feels right, natural, like I've done this 1,000 mornings before. The shower runs hot. Steam clouds the mirror. I don't look at my reflection. Downstairs, she set out breakfast, scrambled eggs, toast with butter melting into golden pools. I taste nothing. My jaw chews. My throat swallows. She kisses my cheek as I stand, her hand warm against my shoulder. "Drive safe," she whispers. I want to ask her who she is. I want to scream. My lips smile instead. The front door clicks shut behind me. The driveway stretches ahead, and there my truck. Faded blue paint. Dent in the rear bumper. I've driven it for, how long now? 9 years. The thought arrives fully formed, certain as my own heartbeat. 9 years on the same route. 73 houses. Same dogs barking. Same porch lights. Same empty lot between 345 and 349. Except, it's not empty anymore, is it? My hand reaches for the door handle. The metal is cold beneath my palm, but my fingers don't flinch. I slide into the driver's seat. The newspaper route map is taped to the dashboard, addresses circled in red ink. My handwriting. The key turns in the ignition. I am so tired. Can you imagine? This exhaustion that lives in your bones, that makes every movement feel like wading through water. I've been driving this route since. I can't remember when I started. The engine hums. My foot presses the gas. The truck rolls forward, and I know exactly where it's taking me. 4:07 in the morning. House 347. The paper goes on the porch. The door unlocks. I walk inside. I have always been walking inside. The route continues. It always has. It always will. And somewhere deep in the part of me that still remembers standing between two doors, choosing white light over darkness, or was it darkness over light? I understand. I never left. Something speaks through welded steel. 4:32 in the morning. I'm standing in Section D corridor, dosimeter clipped to my belt, and it's clicking. Faster than it should. The door in front of me is sealed, thick steel, crude welds running like scars across the seams. Warning placards faded to ghosts of themselves. The voice comes again. Rough, wet, like something speaking through damaged vocal cords. "Don't open it." My hand hovers near the handle. There is no handle, just metal, solid. "Please," the voice rasps. "Don't." Can you imagine standing there, listening to the impossible? I pressed my palm against the cold steel, felt the faint vibration of what? Ventilation. Something deeper. My mind raced back to 6 hours earlier when none of this made sense yet. 10:47 p.m. I'd clocked in for another overnight shift at Hanford Ridge, coffee in hand. The taste already going stale on my tongue. Eastern Washington stretched dark and empty outside, but I never saw it from the control room. No windows, just banks of aging monitors casting blue light across my station. The building hummed its usual mechanical lullaby, cooling tower temperatures, radiation levels. System diagnostics scrolling past in endless rows. Routine. I'd done this job for 2 months. Easiest money I'd ever made. Sit alone. Watch screens. Log readings every hour. The insomnia that ruined my marriage made me perfect for it. Rebecca used to say I loved problems more than people. Maybe she was right, but that night, something felt different. Wrong. The air smelled faintly of ozone, sharp and electric, though all readings showed normal. And Section D, a section I'd never been told to monitor, kept drawing my attention to its dormant indicator light. What I didn't know yet was that light wouldn't stay dark much longer. I forced my attention back to the monitors. Temperature readings for cooling tower 3, pressure valves, the ordinary rhythm of a night that would end at 6 a.m. with nothing in the incident log. The ozone smell faded after 20 minutes, and I convinced myself it was the ventilation system. Nothing more. My coffee went cold in the styrofoam cup. I didn't taste it when I drank. At 1:14 a.m., the alarm tore through the silence. Not the general radiation alert. This one came from a specific sector, a piercing mechanical shriek that made my teeth ache. The control panel lit up red. Section D, radiation spike, zero point 0.7 millisieverts and climbing. My hands moved before my brain caught up, pulling up the sector logs on screen 3. The blue glow reflected off my face as I scrolled through decades of entries. March 1991 was the last notation. Contamination incident. Permanent seal authorized. No entry permitted. 33 years. Sealed. Welded shut according to the notes. I switched to the camera feed, fingers slipping on the keys. Section D corridor filled the monitor. That long fluorescent hallway I'd walked past 100 times without thinking. The steel door sat at the end, exactly as it always had, undisturbed. The welding seams were visible even on the grainy footage, thick and crude. Nothing moved. Nothing could move. But the radiation reading kept climbing. Can you imagine sitting there, watching impossible numbers rise while the camera shows you nothing's wrong? I checked the dosimeter on my belt. Normal, the spike was localized, contained, inside a sealed room. At 1:22 a.m. the alarm stopped, just stopped. The readings dropped to baseline within seconds, as if someone had flipped a switch. I logged it as equipment malfunction, typed the words with steady hands. The keyboard was warm under my fingers, warmer than it should have been. And in the sudden silence I heard it, a sound from down the corridor, metal groaning, once, then nothing. I'd rewound the archive to March. Third night back and I couldn't leave it alone. The groaning from Section D had faded by dawn 2 shifts ago, but the timestamp in the alarm log kept pulling me back. 1:14 a.m. Equipment malfunction. That's what I'd written. I scrolled through weeks of footage, the monitor's glow washing my hands blue. The hum of the ventilation system filled the gaps between my breathing. Stale coffee smell hung in the air, mixed with something metallic I couldn't place. March 5th, 4:17 a.m. The Section D camera flickered, and the door opened. I stopped, rewound, watched again. The welded steel peeled back like foil. A figure in a radiation suit stepped through, walked to my console, the same desk where I sat now, and began working. 8 minutes. I checked the timestamp. At 4:25 a.m. the figure stood, returned to Section D, and the door sealed behind it. My throat tightened. March 12th, 4:17 a.m., same thing. March 19th, 4:17 a.m., identical every 7 days for months. Always the same timestamp, the same 8-minute window, the same mechanical movements. I cross-referenced the dates against maintenance logs. No one had reported anything. No alarms in the records except I pulled up recent files. My alarm from 2 nights ago, 1:14 a.m. Wrong time, different pattern. I checked tonight's date, March 26th, 7 days since the last occurrence, 4:16 a.m. now. Can you imagine sitting there knowing what you're about to see? Knowing you should walk away, call someone, do anything but watch. I pulled up the live feed. Split screen. Section D corridor on the left, my empty chair on the right, captured by the control room camera behind me. 1 minute. The temperature dropped. I felt it on the back of my neck, cold and wrong for a climate-controlled facility. The ventilation hummed louder, or maybe that was blood rushing in my ears. 4:17 a.m. The door opened, not on the recording, in real time. Steel peeling back in utter silence while my monitor showed it still sealed. The figure emerged, but, oh, something was wrong with the way it moved. Too smooth. Each step identical to the last, like frames repeating in a loop. It walked past the camera and I heard footsteps behind me. I didn't turn around. The keyboard began clicking. On the monitor showing my station, I watched gloved hands typing at my console. The same desk where my own hands rested, trembling now. I could hear each keystroke echoing in the empty room, but when I glanced down, the keys weren't moving. The figure typed for 8 minutes. I counted every second. At 4:25 a.m., the clicking stopped. On screen, the figure stood, turned, walked back toward Section D. I heard the footsteps passing behind my chair, felt the displacement of air, smelled ozone and something else. Something like burnt copper and decay. The door sealed. My dosimeter hadn't made a sound. I finally looked down at my keyboard. The keys were warm. And there on my screen, a new entry in the containment log I hadn't written. Observation confirmed. Saturation increasing. But what terrified me most was the timestamp on the entry. It was dated 7 days from now. I couldn't look away from the screen. The log entry glowed in the darkness, time-stamped 7 days ahead. My hands were still on the keyboard, but I hadn't typed those words. The ventilation system hummed its endless rhythm overhead, indifferent to the impossible. I needed answers. The incident database sat buried in the system architecture, 4 layers deep in archived personnel files. Most operators never accessed it. Why would they? We monitored temperatures, logged readings, went home. But I'd always been the type to dig. Rebecca used to say it was compulsion, not curiosity, that I couldn't let anything rest. She was right. My fingers clicked across keys, each tap sharp in the silence. Section D Incident Reports. Query, all entries since facility commissioning. The search bar blinked, waited, then flooded with results. 5 names. 5 overnight operators, all dead. I felt the cold air from the ceiling vent wash over my neck as I opened the first file. Michael Torres, March 2003. Cause of death, acute radiation syndrome. The next line stopped my breath. Body discovered inside Section D during routine inspection. inside, but Section D had been sealed since 1991. The welding was visible on every camera angle crude, thick beams across the frame. No one could enter. I'd checked the door myself on previous shifts, running my fingers along those rough metal seams just to confirm what the cameras showed. I pulled up the next file. Sarah Chen, October 2007. Same cause. Same impossible location. Then Gregory Penske, 1998. David Ochoa, 2015. Jennifer Marlowe, 2023. Can you imagine finding that pattern? 5 people spanning 30 years, all dying the exact same way in a room no one could access. My coffee had gone cold in its stained mug. I didn't remember when I'd last sipped it. The screen's blue glow painted shadows across my hands as I scrolled deeper, searching for the origin point. There had to be something earlier, some incident that explained why Section D was sealed in the first place. The file loaded slowly, as if the system itself hesitated to show me. March 14, 1991. Emergency Containment Protocol. Catastrophic coolant breach. And there, buried in the personnel casualty section, a name that made my dosimeter feel suddenly heavier on my belt. Dennis Kavar, technician, age 41, status, sealed during emergency response. The clinical language couldn't hide what that meant. They'd welded the door, with him inside. Lethal radiation exposure, the report confirmed. Extraction deemed impossible due to contamination levels. Time of containment, 4:17 a.m. 4:17. The exact timestamp of every alarm, every manifestation, every impossible door opening I'd watched on the archived footage. My hands were shaking now. I scrolled through Kavar's file, and the details emerged like something surfacing from deep water. He'd been conscious during the welding. Radio contact maintained for, oh God, 40 minutes after the seal. The logs included fragments of transmission, his voice degrading as the radiation cooked him from the inside. They'd listened to him die. I thought of the figure I'd seen, mechanical, precise, working at the console for exactly 8 minutes before vanishing. Was that him? Still working his shift, 3 decades later, unaware he was already dead. The break room's vending machine hummed suddenly to life behind me, its compressor clicking on. I jumped, heart hammering. Just machinery, just the facility's endless background noise. But when I turned back to the screen, a new detail caught my eye. Kavar's personnel photo stared out from the file, a man with tired eyes and a slight smile, someone who looked like he belonged on a night shift, someone like me. And beneath the photo, a notation I'd missed before. Psychological profile flagged for obsessive tendencies and pattern recognition fixation. Rebecca's voice echoed in my memory. You can't let anything go, Keith. You'll chase it until it destroys you. The archive folder contained one more document. Audio file. Kavar's final transmission, timestamped 4:24 a.m., March 14, 1991. My cursor hovered over the play button. I knew I shouldn't listen. Knew that whatever obsession had killed 5 operators before me was already wrapping around my thoughts like wire. But my finger was already moving, already clicking, because that's what I do. That's what I've always done. The speaker crackled with static. And then I heard it. A voice. Rough, damaged, barely human anymore. And I realized with ice flooding my veins that I'd heard that voice before, just hours ago, warning me through the welded door, which meant whatever was happening in Section D hadn't started tonight. It had been waiting for me all along. I found Hank Bergstrom's number in the archived personnel files, scrawled in pencil beside a retirement date from 2012. My hand shook as I dialed. 3:42 a.m. Too late to call anyone. I called anyway. He answered on the first ring. "You're calling about Section D." His voice crackled with static I couldn't explain. My phone was digital. "Night shift operator, am I right? How did you? Because they always call." He exhaled, long and rattling. "What's your name?" "Keith Randall." "Keith." A pause. "Request a transfer tomorrow. Don't ask questions, just do it. I need to know what happened to Dennis Kavar." The silence stretched so long I thought he'd hung up. Then, we welded him inside while he screamed. My coffee turned cold against my palm. Reactor went critical at 4:17 a.m. Cooling system failed. Someone had to manually override the failsafe from inside Section D. Hank's breathing grew uneven. "Dennis," he volunteered, went in, stabilized it. Saved 200 lives, but the contamination, we couldn't open the door. Protocol. 1 life or 200. I tasted bile. We welded it shut while he begged us not to. Took 8 minutes to seal it properly. He was still conscious. Hank's voice cracked. Still talking to us over the radio. 40 minutes, Keith. 40 minutes before he went silent. 4:25 a.m. The ventilation hummed above me. Too loud, too regular. 5 operators since then, Hank whispered. Every single one started like you, curious, obsessive, couldn't leave it alone. Found them all inside Section D with radiation burns, door still sealed. That's impossible. That's what they all said. I should have hung up. Should have walked to my supervisor's office right then. Instead, I asked, what did they see? Whatever it was, Hank's voice dissolved into static. They followed it inside. The monitor behind me flickered. 4:16 a.m. 1 minute until the door opened. The phone clattered from my hand at 4:17 a.m. On the monitor, the Section D door swung open. Smooth. Silent. The figure emerged in its radiation suit, moving with that mechanical precision I'd watched for 3 nights. It turned toward the camera, visor reflecting fluorescent light, then disappeared from frame. I stood. My chair scraped against linoleum. This time I'd see it myself. Confirm it was real. That I wasn't losing my mind like Rebecca always said I would. The corridor stretched ahead, bathed in that sick fluorescent glow. My footsteps echoed too loud against concrete. The ventilation system hummed its constant note, but underneath, was that another sound? Metal groaning? I couldn't tell anymore. Section D's door waited at the corridor's end. 30 feet, 20, 10. I reached out, palm meeting cold steel. The welded seams felt crude under my fingertips. Thick ridges of metal fused 33 years ago while a man screamed on the other side. The door was sealed, completely sealed. No hinges that could move, no mechanism that could turn. Yet on the monitor I'd watched it open. My dosimeter hung silent at my hip. No radiation, no breach. The air smelled wrong, metallic, sharp, like ozone after lightning strikes. Something made me turn. Down the corridor through the control room window I could see my station. The monitors glowed, and there in my chair, the figure sat hunched over my keyboard, working my console. Its suited back blocked the screens, but I watched its helmet tilt as if reading temperature logs I'd written myself. I ran, burst through the control room door. Empty. Just humming monitors and coffee-stained logbooks. But my keyboard, oh God, when I touched the keys they were warm, still warm from someone else's hands. And on the monitor, Section D's door was sealed again, while behind me something breathed against my neck. I stood before Section D at 4:15, 2 minutes early. My fingers traced the welded seams, cold and rough beneath my touch. The faint ozone smell lingered in the corridor, had lingered since I'd first walked this hall nights ago. Or had I only noticed it now? "I know you're in there," I said to the steel. My voice sounded small, foolish. "What would you do? Speak to a sealed door in an empty facility at 4 in the morning?" But the warmth of my keyboard still haunted my fingertips. Something had touched what I'd touched. Silence answered. The ventilation hummed overhead. Then, 4:17 exactly, the typing started, keys clicking, methodical, precise. The sound came through 6 inches of steel, through welded seams that hadn't moved in 33 years. Impossible. But I heard it. Each keystroke distinct, deliberate. I knocked 3 times. Sharp raps that sent vibration up my knuckles. The typing stopped. "Don't." The voice scraped through the door like metal on bone, rough, damaged, as if the throat producing it had been ruined by screaming. "Don't watch any more." My breath caught. "Who?" "You're in the loop now," the voice rasped. "Hallucination, contamination, 5 others. They came looking, opened the door, found nothing but radiation." "The operators," I whispered. "The 5 who died, seeking truth." A wet, rattling sound, laughter or sobbing, I couldn't tell. "Please, stop watching. Every time you see, it gets stronger." I pressed my palm flat against the cold steel. "Why does it happen?" Silence stretched. Then, quieter, desperate. "Because you keep asking that question." The corridor lights flickered once, and behind me I heard my console keyboard begin to type. The keys depressed under invisible fingers. Click, click, click. I jerked back from my console, but the typing continued, steady, methodical. The screen filled with radiation exposure logs. My logs. Data I'd never accessed. "Stop," I whispered. The voice from Section D crawled through the steel again. "You wanted to understand. Tell me." A sound like breathing through damaged tissue. March 14, 1991, 4:17 a.m. Containment breach. They sealed me. With the source. Particles bonded to consciousness. Observer-dependent decay. The words made no sense. And yet, every technician who watches strengthens the entanglement. You see me because I need to be seen. The observation itself completes the reaction. My hands trembled. The typing stopped. I fled to the archive terminal, pulling research papers buried in classified folders. Quantum entanglement. Schrödinger's observation collapse. Radiation-induced coherent states. The theory was there. Fringe physics from the 80s. Experiments abandoned because the math suggested consciousness could bind to radioactive decay patterns. If an observer died during exposure, could the observation itself become trapped? I glanced at my dosimeter. zero point 0.03 microsieverts. Yesterday it read 0. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, but the pitch was wrong, half a tone too low. That uncanny hum burrowed into my skull. I hadn't entered Section D, hadn't touched the door. But the readings climbed anyway because watching was the contamination. Seeing was the exposure. I should have logged off. Should have walked to my car, driven until the sun rose, requested immediate transfer like Hank begged. Rebecca always said I couldn't let mysteries go, that my compulsions would destroy me. She was right. But can you imagine knowing something impossible is real and choosing to look away? My fingers opened the live camera feed. Section D corridor, 4:16 a.m., 1 minute until manifestation. I leaned closer to the screen and realized I'd already made my choice. 4:13 a.m. I killed the monitors. The break room door locked from inside, single deadbolt, flimsy but real. I dragged the vending machine across the entrance. It scraped linoleum with a sound like grinding teeth. My hands shook as I wedged a chair under the handle. No cameras in here. No screens. Can't watch if there's nothing to see. The room smelled like stale coffee and plastic, familiar and suffocating. I sat on the cold floor back against the wall, dosimeter clipped to my belt. The vending machine hummed its low monotone. My breath came too fast in the stillness. Rebecca used to tell me I couldn't leave things alone, that I'd pull at loose threads until everything unraveled. Maybe if I just stopped looking, broke the pattern. What would you do knowing the watching itself was killing you? Could you resist? 4:15, I counted heartbeats. The ventilation system whispered overhead. My dosimeter stayed quiet. Maybe this would work. 4:17, somewhere down the corridor, metal groaned, low, distant. The sound of massive hinges moving. No. Section D was 300 feet away, through 2 security doors. I couldn't possibly hear, but I did. The welded door opening, slow, deliberate. The echo reached me through walls and sealed corridors, impossible and undeniable. My dosimeter clicked, once, twice. Then the light appeared. Orange glow beneath the break room door. Wrong color, too warm. The kind of light that comes from burning isotopes, from contaminated air ionizing. It crept across the floor toward me like liquid. The metal sound came again, closer now, though that made no sense. Groaning, scraping, as if massive steel was moving just outside my thin door. Click, 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 click. My dosimeter accelerated. The sound filled the tiny room. The smell hit next. Burning metal, sharp and chemical. Ozone like lightning striking concrete. And underneath, decay, organic, sweet and wrong. The vending machine lurched backward. Something pushed from the other side. The door swung open. He stood in the doorway. Radiation suit yellowed with age. The visor. Oh God, the visor was fogged from inside, condensation running down like tears. But there was no face behind it. Just darkness, just absence. The figure extended one gloved hand toward me. My dosimeter screamed, a single sustained shriek. The air tasted like copper, like the moment before your skin blisters. And I understood, finally, what the others had learned too late. They found me at dawn, Morning shift said I was lying outside Section D. My dosimeter screaming, maxed out. Burns covered my hands, my face. The kind of exposure that should have killed me. The door behind me stayed sealed, welded solid, untouched for 33 years. I woke 3 days later in a hospital room that reeked of antiseptic and something underneath. Something that smelled like ozone, like burning metal. The doctors asked what happened. I told them I didn't know. And I didn't, still don't. The last thing I remember, sitting in the break room at 4:13. Then nothing. A hole where 2 hours should be. They showed me the burns, the radiation signature. Told me I was lucky. I nodded, didn't feel lucky. Management offered the desk job 6 weeks later after the skin grafts healed. Daytime hours. Climate-controlled office. No monitoring stations. No overnight shifts. I accepted. What else could I do? Can you imagine trying to explain what I half remembered? What I thought I'd seen? They'd already decided. Equipment malfunction, accidental exposure, case closed. I filed reports, attended meetings, went home to an empty apartment every night at 5:30. For 6 months, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Then Martinez started the overnight shift. Young guy, sharp, reminded me of myself before. He came to my office on a Tuesday afternoon, logbook tucked under his arm. Asked if I knew anything about Section D. My coffee went cold in my hands. He'd logged alarms at 4:17 a.m., checked the cameras, seen something that didn't make sense. I opened my mouth to warn him, then stopped, because I understood finally.